Good evening, everyone. It is 5:45, and it looks as if everyone is present. So I am calling the Policy and Personnel meeting to order. It is 5:45. Michelle, may I have roll call, please?
Wong.
Here.
Levy.
Here.
Jacobs.
Here.
All members are present with Wong in the boardroom and Jacobs and Levy virtually.
Thank you, Michelle. May I have approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the agenda. Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. May I have approval of the October 13th, 2020 minutes?
So moved.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for the approval of the October 13th, 2020 minutes. Any questions or discussions? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the October 13th, 2020 minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye, and all opposed. The motion of the minutes passes. And tonight we have items for discussion/action. Letter A, Career Academy Coach. Dr. Kieser, would you like to start us out with this?
Thank you, Board Member Jacobs. This evening, have Ms. Pels and Ms. Williams presenting on an idea that was spawned from the work that is happening at the high school with Ford NGL around their academies model. And so I will turn it over to Ms. Pels to talk about her idea, and then her and Ms. Williams will talk through this position.
Good evening. I'm Emily Pels, the principal at Beloit Memorial High School, and I am here tonight to present to you the idea of a Career Academy coach position at Beloit Memorial High School. So I am going to share my screen with you here as we put together a few slides to organize our thoughts. Okay, can everybody see?
I'm sorry, Emily, I'm working on getting that presentation up for you. My apologies.
Oh, that's okay. I just put it up.
Oh, okay.
If you, can everybody see it? And the thing is, somebody's gonna have to say out loud because I can't see it.
No,
I can't see it, but I have it pulled up. So unless Stephanie needs it, you don't have to wait for me.
I'm okay too. I have it pulled up on my other computer. Board Member Wong?
I have it up as well.
Okay, go ahead then. Thank you, Emily.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so as you know, this year we've entered into phase 2 of our academy implementation. And as we move forward through the process of implementing our academies and navigating through this framework, one of the integral components of successful academy implementation is an academy coach. And that is something that we currently don't have in place right now, but seems as though now may be a good opportunity to explore putting this position in place as we are accelerating through the implementation of the academies through phase 2. So the first slide kind of summarizes what the academy coaches or the need for the academy coach. And we really are looking to be able to support academies through having a designated person that can be a liaison between the community and businesses and the school. So somebody who really focuses in on business engagement and building those partnerships and relationships It's a very, very important component of the academy model. Also, it's very important to have somebody who can have dedicated time, attention, and focus on the things that are happening around academies within the school. So, for example, somebody who can really monitor highly effective teaming processes and that can coordinate experiential learning for all of our academies and for our students and can organize those experiences in a strategic way. Somebody who is monitoring data to progress monitor the fidelity at which academies are being implemented and who can determine success off of the data that we're collecting. And somebody who can really support and promote the accreditation process so that we can work towards model status. So really, this position is going to be created to support our programming needs to enhance the experience that the students have through the academies. And the way that we would be looking at doing this is by repurposing a current FTE that we have unfilled at the high school, which would be a dean position. As I mentioned before, the College and Career Academy coach would focus on college and career readiness for all students and not only serve as the liaison between the school and the community and the business community, but also between our school and the district office to make sure that the work that we're doing through the academies aligns with the goals of the district. This person would work directly with our director of CTE and myself as building administration. And in addition to supporting the academy model, they would also serve as a resource directly for students inside the school. It is important to note that, again, this would be a reallocation of a currently existing FTE, and the contract would be determined in the same way that the dean position is already set up. So it really is a cost-neutral idea. And, our hope is that the board would approve this idea and we would be able to post the position on WeCan for recruiting very, very soon. So at this time, I would like to open it up for any questions, or if Ms. Williams or Dr. Keyser would like to add any additional details, I'd be open to that as well.
Emily, thank you very much. I guess all three of us have questions already for you.
Okay.
So before we begin the questions, I'm sorry, perhaps Dr. Keyser, and I'm sorry, was it Tanya that you mentioned? Did anyone else have anything else to add to the presentation?
No, I don't. Thank you, Ms. Pels, for presenting that and talking through your thought process and where this idea came from and how we are keeping it fiscally neutral.
Okay, thank you. Let's go with Board Member Wong.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Pels. What question I have, I'm assuming obviously a job description needs to be completed on, or the job title and all of that needs to be done before and presented to our committee, or is this that presentation? Okay.
This is that presentation, yeah.
Second thing though is who's been doing the work that this person would be doing up to this point?
So that is the next one.
Yep, go for it.
Okay. So up until this point, we haven't had one person dedicated to all the responsibilities that an academy coach would typically have. There have been pieces of it picked up by Mr. Briesmeister, who was our CTE director. But up until now, we really haven't had anybody solely dedicated to this work. And so with somebody solely dedicated to this work, I feel that we could move our academy implementation along, I don't want to say quicker, but in a more strategic way. So we're not doing just little pieces at a time. This person could work together with the building administration and district administration to ensure, a comprehensive facilitation of this framework.
And we're still in the process of seeking out a new CTE director. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm good for now.
Thank you. Ms. Pels, I have a couple of questions, and please forgive me. Could you please refresh my memory what CTE stands for first?
Career and technical education.
Education. Okay. And how is that differing from, I understand the college part, but how does that differ from the career part of the academy?
Well, I wouldn't say they differ. I would say that they complement one another, because the purpose of the academies is to provide students the opportunity to explore and experience different type of career pathways that fit their interests. And also, by the time they end high school or they get to the end of their high school career, they would also have had the opportunity to earn college credits or some industry certification around a career or within a specific career pathway that they have been exploring. So really, the career pathways in the academies are intended to prepare students for whatever it is they look forward to going on in their next step of life, whether it be a career or to pursue higher education.
Okay, and it's going to take the place of the dean position, correct?
We would be repurposing a dean position. That is correct.
How will you handle discipline with that dean position not there?
Well, so we do have one of the positions filled with an assistant principal. So I foresee that, supporting the student discipline piece, and that position is specifically in the freshman academy. So there's actually 2 freshman academy principals, and the freshman is where we typically experience the highest number of discipline incidents. So they typically need the most support that grade level. So I feel like it's supported. And we haven't actually been able to fill this dean position, yet. So I feel as though repurposing it to support implementing the academy framework is actually a better use of the resources than how it's currently allocated.
So can you explain, and I'm sorry, Board Member Levy, I'm asking quite a few questions. I just want to make sure, because I know that the community is, as well as myself, have a lot of concerns about student discipline. Can you just kind of explain then how, I guess I wasn't aware, and forgive me, that that the dean position, or that there's 2 positions, like at the freshman level, you said, that handle discipline there. What about the other grades then?
So at the other grade levels or in the other academies, the academy principals are handling the discipline. And so we've been able to maintain that. Like I said a minute ago, even before we were in a school closure due to the pandemic, we attempted to recruit for that position and were not able to successfully fill that position. So Last year and the year prior, we had to manage discipline with only one of those 2 dean positions filled. And we were able to do that successfully. We were able to maintain that.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Levy and then Board Member Wong.
Thank you. So a few things in the first cluster I'll kind of ask together because they're related. So my first question is, how is this role different from Director of Career and Technical and Alternative Education position? Meaning, what new task will be covered under this position that the CTE Director has not already been doing? And then the next part of that is, it sounds like this Director of CTE position is open and you're hoping to create this one. Is there a cadence to how you want to fill these positions? Are they going to be posted concurrently? Is the aim to fill the Director position and then have the Director provide input for who would potentially fill this new created position?
Do you want to go ahead, Dr. Keyser? I see your light lighting up.
Thank you, Board Member Levy, and it's a great question. So the Director of CTE and actually had been added onto the the duties of alternative education, had elevated under the reorganization at the district level additional duties that really facilitated that director position to be more across the district. So not only supervising career and technical education at the high school, but also at the intermediate school. And now with the additional duties of the alternative education, working with BLA, the Beloit Learning Academy, Challenge Academy, Fresh Start, and other community partnerships like Community Action and community partners, intersecting both with the current technical education and academy model, as well as other district partnerships that support all of our educational systems. That necessitated additional duties, and why Ms. Peltz had shared, no one individual really took ownership of helping to be the coach in the Ford NGL framework to move the Beloit Memorial through this process. So at the district level, we are currently in the process of posting it on weekend. And so if this position is approved, we could post them concurrently. The position that Ms. Pelz is talking about is going to be localized only to the high school and be directly supporting that model at the high school level. So while they will work together on things, it's really the direct supervision is the Beloit Memorial Administration.
Perfect, thank you. And then it sounds like the position of Director of CTE, that position is being expanded. Will the board receive notice of that so we can have a formal outline of what that expansion, not for approval, but just for information, so we'll understand how that position is evolving?
Certainly, I can share that with the board in my weekly update, what the job description is, and really the one additional expansion to the duties is with the work of AVID that had been going on in the district. There was no one individual that had oversight of that, and part of a few months ago when the board was able to be a part of the one-day AVID training, there really needs to be that district oversight. So that I will share the job description, and that's really the only change from what it was, how it was changed in the past when alternative education was added to that job description.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, the expansion with working with BLA and Fresh Start and et cetera, that was already included in that role?
When I came to the district, that all of that had already occurred with that position. So the only addition since I've been here is to add the oversight of AVID to that job description.
Perfect. And then my final question, which is more, it's a concern and a question. Just because we haven't filled the role of dean doesn't mean that it's not needed. So is there a reason that you are in favor of reallocation of a position instead of adding a position and leaving open the opportunity to fill the role as dean? Because there's a difference, which I know you're aware of, managing discipline and adequately doing that so our resources are not unnecessarily strained.
Ms. Pels, I'll jump in and let you, just to give my context, and I'll let you share your experience at the high school. We wanted to come with not an addition at this point in time for additional FTE and expenditure. So because it was a hard to fill position, it was to not eliminate that position, but to transfer the FTE because it was something that needed to be. So from my perspective, I'm not opposed to that if it is needed. I know Ms. Pels had shared and that they were able to move forward last year with the one dean. So if I would say with any school, if there's a need, that they bring forward that need, and then we run it through our process to see if that need needs to be filled or if there's another way that we can address it. Ms. Pels?
And so I do agree that a need versus not being able to fill are two completely different things. But because we've been put into that situation, we've had to do some very much out of the box thinking on how we can sort of restructure things to support students, social emotional well-being and discipline at the high school. So one thing I will say is that we have been able to add student services support. So I have an additional social worker this year, and I have some additional psych FTE. And so that helps support students' emotional well-being and discipline. As we move forward with the academy process, we are getting much better at teaming. So those are academy team meetings that are specifically designed to talk about students and things such as their grades, as their behavior, and come up as a team with interventions to help support students who might be identified as struggling. So even though I would agree it would be nice to have a dean to help with managing and proactively addressing behavior issues, we have been able to think around that without having that resource readily available and do some problem solving and put things in place to support students that I feel are working and are being successful and that are sustainable without that additional dean.
Thank you so much for providing that context. And what I would say is if you find that that is no longer the case, please let us know so that we as a board can make sure that we have what we need to best serve our students.
Absolutely, and thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Wong.
A couple of more questions, and the first one is, if you haven't filled the dean position, and I know this is an entirely different position, would you consider this at all to be a hard to fill position?
I guess I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. It's a position that's unique to a school that has an academy model. And I think it's going to come down to recruiting effectively. So I guess the only way I feel like I know if it's going to be a hard to fill position is just by giving it a try.
What are going to be the requirements for this individual from academic experience and anything else?
A bachelor's degree in education is required, along with some sort of teaching license, not specific to any certain area. And then preferred qualifications would include a master's degree, years of experience in transformational leadership, specifically at the high school level. Previous academy experience would also be a preferred qualification, especially if they had experience in the past as being an academy coach. So those are a few of the required qualifications and preferred qualifications as well.
And I'll add on to that the organization, Ford NGL, that we're working with has academies close to us, both in Racine and in Rockford. In fact, one of Ms. Pell's APs is very familiar with the Rockford model. So the part of our knowledge base comes from the successes that neighboring districts have had. So we want to keep the job description flexible enough that it has to be within education, but not so specific that it's really about that coaching and moving forward that model and working with both administration and teams of teachers moving that framework forward.
So if a person applies and they have little educational background, but they have a vast amount of business experience, I mean, is that somebody that we would be considering?
I would say yes. We would always have to consider people who have the qualifications in the job description first, but we definitely, even when we're recruiting and interviewing for teaching positions and things like that, we do reach outside of the scope and, certainly consider people who are coming from a different type of background.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question from Board Member Levy.
Thank you. Just a process question. Is it typical to approve a position to move to the full board without seeing the job description? Thank you, Board Member Wong, for asking that question.
So the conversation in the past, the conversations that have had since I've been here have been that we've written job descriptions. We did not include the job description because it wasn't something that was needed for the approval. It's certainly something we can share. The presentation lays out all of the key components of the job description for that, minus the pieces that Ms. Pell's talked about as far as like level of education and licensure and so forth.
So is that a no to the process question?
For this situation, no, we did not include that, and I would not have included that. So no.
Okay, thank you.
I think that normally, and perhaps I'm incorrect, that job descriptions for new positions that would be the territory of the administration. Isn't that correct, rather than the board?
The development of them, yes. They do not need board approval, but if that would help with context moving forward, we can certainly bring those so that they can be reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or discussion, board members?
I'd just like to make a comment and then a motion. I have two kids in the high school right now, and I know from the academy model and some of the benefits of that, and I've been critical of it, I guess, vocally over the years in regards to our CET area, and I think some of the shortfalls that we've had. So I think that adding additional resources to this area, specifically to a coach that could help kids to guide them further, because I think that we've been lacking this to a great extent. I think would be very beneficial for the well-being of all of our students. With that, I'd like to move approval to the full Board of Education and the approval of reallocating 1.0 FTE dean position to a 1.0 Career Academy coach position.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to move to the full board in place of the dean position to use that FTE toward a career academic coach. Are there any questions or other discussion?
I'd just like to add one thing. I would like to see a better description, I guess, including academic requirements, experiences, and pay when it comes to the full board, which I'm expecting would be the case anyways.
You'll actually be coming to the full board here tonight, so.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you still all right, Board Member Wong,
Yes, I am.
where we're at? Okay.
I will certainly include in my update to the full board.
All right, so,
The only discussion that I have, additionally, Board Member Jacobs, is just
Yes.
to reiterate the fact that because this is a reallocation of a dean position to Dr. Kieser and to Ms. Peltz, if you are finding that our staff, our resources are overwhelmed because of this reallocation, please don't hesitate to come to us so that we can make sure, especially as we return to school, whenever that might be, that we have the resources that we need to support our students.
Absolutely. Thank you.
okay, thank you for that great discussion. So we are ready to take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? All right, the motion carries, and this will go before the full board tonight. Thank you, Ms. Pels, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank
And
you
now
for your time and your support.
Absolutely. And we are now at personnel items for October 27th, the 2020 Employment Recommendations, Exhibit A, Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C. Do I have a motion?
I move that we convene the Policy and Personnel Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, we're going to go into closed session. Michelle, could you do a roll call, please?
Jacobs,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
motion carried.
All right, I'll see everyone in closed session. Thank you. All right, is everyone back? I can't see everyone. Board Member Levy, there you are. Board Member Wong, we're still missing, correct? There he is. Okay, all right, we are now back officially into open session. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the employee Rex Exhibit A with the omission discussed in closed session.
You have to know what the omission is.
I'm sorry, Board Member Wong, was that a second?
What the omission is, right? Not in closed.
Hello? I can't hear anyone.
Hang on
I think
one
they're
second.
asking for us to wait a minute.
Yeah, hang on.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Board Member Levy.
We're getting discussion from the board president here, so about whether we should omit or we can omit what was discussed in closed session if we need to disclose it.
Oh,
If something's being left off, you'd say approve Exhibit A with the exclusion of the whatever position.
I'm trying to think back.
I mean, I think that's what we've always done. We've never said as approved in closed session. We approve it with the exception of that.
If I could interject, we have done it before. A position, it was discussed in a closed session to remove someone from the employee recs, and it was approved to the full board with the omission discussed in closed session. I don't think we listed the position. Not saying that was correct. I'm just saying that I believe that has been done.
Yeah, I think it's wrong.
I agree.
I do think that we have had this, if I'm understanding it, wasn't to be admitted, it was to be verified. And so almost like we've approved it with this exception until further verification.
Maybe we can word it that way. I mean, that's how I would word it. But I mean, it's a public document. The public has the right to know what we're approving.
That's fine with me. I would like to remove my previous motion. Oh, well, John second. Do we
No,
need to vote that
I didn't
now?
second it. I did not second it.
Oh, then perfect. I would like to restate my motion. I move that we approve the employee recs to the full board with the omission of the position of interim or of assistant principal at Aldridge Intermediate School.
I will second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the employment recs with the omission of the assistant principal at Aldridge. Any questions or discussions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? All right, the motion carries, and we are at adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, John, do you want to?
Second.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion and a second for adjournment. Any questions or discussions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Thank you.
All right, it is 6:45. Let's call the governance committee meeting to order. May I have roll call, please?
Levy,
Here.
Wong,
Here.
Larson.
Here.
All members are present. Levy is virtual. Wong and Larson are in the boardroom.
May I please have approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any questions or discussion regarding the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. Approval of the meeting minutes from September 22nd.
So moved.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes from September 22nd. Any further question or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the meeting minutes for September 22nd are approved. The next agenda item is the board calendar for 2020 and 2021. Dr. Keyser and the administrators and the board secretary put a lot of work into making adjustments based on our board goals and statutory requirements and laying them out again per the deadline, either specified in the board goals or in the statutory requirement. What's also great about this is that it lays out, there's a description so you can pick it up and it doesn't just say like dual language immersion and you have no idea what that means. But then also it has a clear timeline of when the board reports are due to the board secretary in order for to meet the deadline for posting the meeting. So that work is complete. So this is the board calendar that we will be operating on and I'm using to set the agendas going forward. Any questions? Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
Just for clarification, since it runs from January to December, should this be considered the agenda for 2021? Just the calendar year, not the school year?
No, the reason it's set this way is because of where we are in the year. So next year it will build off, the same template will be there. But we always want our board calendars to fall in the school year due to, that's how administrators and the boards have to think about when things are due to the state. So they usually think of them in that school year rather than as a calendar year.
But the way it's set up, it's not September to June, it's January to December. So that's a calendar year, not a school year.
Yeah, so we can go down and find January on the calendar and move them around as we need to.
It's currently set up in January through December.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay. Moving along then, the board member orientation survey results. This was really interesting to see as a nerdy guy like I am. Let's see. So the two biggest areas that stood out as areas of opportunity are school finance and as well as policies, and then Robert's rules. But it seems like we have good coverage in board docs. And I believe that there is a school finance thing coming up in December, which will make sure we get the information out. So this is be very helpful in planning our board professional development in the coming months. And then making sure we pass that information along to board members, but then also looking at what we have already completed and then making sure that we have that information available to school board candidates so that board members are able to, so that people are aware of when those those webinars and those trainings are, so that it can help the board speed up that process quicker with getting people registered and attending those meetings. Are there any questions or comments regarding the survey? And we'll continue looking then at those areas of opportunity and finding resources to supplement and I don't want to say like plug those holes, but put materials together for incoming board members. Yes, Board Member Levy.
Just a question, is this an appropriate time to solicit ideas for orientation outside of what was covered in the survey, or will that be handled at a different time?
We can handle that at a different time because it says the survey results.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right. Anything else on this? Okay. And the last item is reflection of board and committee meeting monthly schedule. So we are at a point where I thought we'd have a discussion here so that it's on the agenda for the board tonight to suspend that second November meeting. So I thought it was healthy to have a discussion about that here before it goes to the board. Feedback on how it's going with the committee meetings and not having a board meeting on Tuesday unless it's a special meeting, something urgent. So any thoughts on how it's been going? Okay, Board Member Levy?
I just have a clarifying question. I was operating under the impression that board members could attend any committee member and ask questions. We just couldn't vote. And so that's why I was in support of suspending that second Tuesday board meeting, because it would allow for longer committee meetings and we could theoretically flush things out there. But Board Member Wong brought up in the Planning and Budget Committee earlier this month that there may be an issue with posting if there are several board members there. So one, I wasn't aware of that, so it would be helpful for everyone to have the same information. And then two, does that defeat the purpose? Because if there is an issue with board members attending the committee meetings to flush things out, so we could eliminate that second Tuesday meeting, how do we navigate that? And my suggestion is, can we do a general posting that says we may have a quorum present at committee meetings to avoid all board members having to RSVP for meetings that they want to attend?
Well, that meeting, so that information was shared in one of Dr. Keyser's superintendent's report to the board with the opinion from the attorney. The board members do have the right to attend any committee meeting. However, it's up to the chair based on the work and the agenda items as to how much participation the other board members will be able to have. They're kind of like community members at that point, where they can attend, get all the information they want to. But again, it's up to the chair. Now, having said that, this is kind of a twofold question in my opinion. Then the other thing is also the integrity of the committee structure itself. So why even have committees if board members are all going to show up to committees and have these discussions? They might as well be a board meeting. So if we don't want to have committees, then get rid of the committees. If we want to have committees, then we need to let the committees do their work. That doesn't mean that you can't share opinions. And remember that the committee isn't the last stop for approval. It still does have to come to the full board. And so if you have a concern on an item, that doesn't mean you have to go to the committee meeting to share that. You can let the board president know, and then it can be passed along to administration prior to that committee meeting, and it can get flushed out there that way. And it can also come to the full board, and you can have a say then. One of the concerns I'm having about this is that the committee meetings are taking forever because there's so many board members participating. So there has to be a balance. And Mr. Wong then.
I would agree, and that's why I brought it up at the meeting, because I was at the committee meeting before, was the concern that I had about open records laws and all of that. But I would agree that in the committee meeting, and I like the idea of if you're not on the committee, you have the choice of attending the meeting if you want, basically as a in the audience. I would agree as well if there's questions, concerns that are not addressed or fleshed out at the committee meeting, that they should be addressed to the superintendent or the presenters prior to it coming to the board. So hopefully the answers can be all clarified at that time, and then we're not spending an extended period of time and pulling it off the consent agenda. I think that, it's taken a little bit to kind of get used to the structure. I've appreciated the extra time every month of not having to dig through additional reports. But I certainly want to make sure we're doing the right work. But I think a lot of it's all of us understanding the process that we should be following through, and if we can get some questions answered and ironed out, and I think that we can hopefully have better presentations going forward if there's questions that are brought up between the committee meeting and the board meeting, to flesh that information out so that the presenters know, okay, yes, we have all these questions and concerns. Let's make sure we're addressing them so that all the questions are answered at that point. So I guess that's been my understanding, and I hope that, we could, like I said, I think we've all appreciated the additional time of not spending every week in meetings, but I certainly want to make sure we're getting things done properly.
Mm-hmm. All right, Board Member Levy?
So here's my concern. If we're being honest, we can acknowledge that board members come to meetings with a varying level of preparedness. So if we're not flushing out our concerns at the committee level, then it needs to be done at the board meeting, because answering the questions behind the scenes doesn't give the community access to the conversations that have gone on. So it's really a choice of it has to be done. Is it going to be done in committee, or is it going to be done in the full board meeting?
And just because a question is emailed prior to the board meeting or a committee meeting doesn't mean that the public isn't privy to the information. When I have a question for administration, I always say, I'm going to ask this in public also, but I want the administration to make sure that they have the answer, that they come prepared for the answer. If it's a question, especially if I feel like I need to know the answer that night in order to make my decision, I want them to come and bring the answer with me. Doing that also helps administration kind of anticipate the questions that we as board members would have, and then they can build them into their presentations, kind of cover all of the bases. So it's a learning curve in that relationship between administration and board members. So I'm not saying, and I don't think anyone's saying that you would email a question and then never speak of it again once you have your answer, or that then the administrators touch on that during their presentation. So, and I guess as far as board members coming in varied levels of preparedness, then, that's for the public to handle. If they see that people are coming not prepared for meetings, then, hopefully the public notices that, and then they take care of that. But we can't, I'm afraid of clogging up the system. I want committees to be able to work and flush things out so then they can come to the board, but then we also want to make sure that that the committees aren't really functioning as board meetings. Okay. Board Member Wong.
I look at it from the standpoint of we're all in one team, and it's not a matter of it's a gotcha game. We need to be working together collaboratively with administration and the superintendent to hopefully get the information out to the public so that all of us know. By continuing to bring it up at meetings, and then if we can get it to the administrative staff prior to the meeting so that they understand the concerns and questions that we do have, I think that we can get to the root of the questions that arise and answer those questions so that we can move things along, whether it's a yay or a nay. As far as the public knowing it, they'll know it when we have the discussion, and hopefully the presentations are more thorough as far as how they are presented so that we're addressing all the questions and concerns that we would have as board members. If we need to, or they could say there's been a question that arose because of this topic that was that we wanted to address, here's the answer to that. They would think that they could do that, but my concern is efficiency, and I think that we've run very inefficiently in boards, and this board's been far better than previous boards, but it's been a nightmare because it just hasn't run efficiently. And I think that we have to continue to work together. It's not the board against administration. And I think if we need to say, okay, what can we do to get more information back from the administrative staff so that they're doing a better job in preparing? And then I think it would ultimately help us in the long run because they're going to know far in advance, even before bringing it to committee, what is expected. So it's helping all of us.
Board Member Levy?
Are there systems being put in place so that we can get our postings out prior to the Friday or Saturday before the Tuesday meetings? Because that would be helpful as well with generating questions, submitting questions, and then, as you said, President Larson, to reiterate those questions that may have already been answered via email, et cetera, so the public can have that information as well.
We are currently working on that. But another piece is making sure that everything is submitted. We are working on it. Right now, I think that board members can see draft meetings. I asked Vice President Miller to check and see so you can see the meetings even before it's done. But right now, it's still getting it done on Fridays. It's still a tight deadline. And a piece of that is, I think, being a responsible adult is that, if you have a board meeting on Tuesday, then you are going to spend some time over the weekend and you're going to have to set aside some time to review the packets. I'll say there have been weekends where I haven't gotten into them as deep as I wanted to, and that's life. But we do have regularly scheduled meetings, and this last week was the first week probably in a long time that we had changes made to the agenda where we didn't have all the attachments that we wanted to. So we are working on systems to get them accessible to board members earlier so they can start perusing them even if they aren't finalized.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the committee meeting and monthly schedule? All right. Seeing none, our next meeting will be to be determined kind of based on the discussion that happens for the board meeting for the month of November. So it could be the third Tuesday or the fourth Tuesday. With that, have we completed all of the business on the agenda? Is there a meeting to adjourn?
So
I have a question. If I am correct, and I'm trying to pull it up now, for the full board meeting that is about to start, is it that we're going to move forward with excluding that second Tuesday because do we need to vote on that now if that is our position?
We don't have to. We can one way or the other. We can share what was discussed at the committee meeting. If you want to make a motion, you are more than welcome to make a motion.
Just asking.
Thank you. All right, so is there a motion to adjourn then?
So moved.
Second?
Is that you seconding or requesting a second?
That's requesting a second.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion, a second to adjourn the governance committee meeting. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 And we are adjourned. Okay. Do we need to take a minute prior to the business meeting? Okay, we're gonna,
Yes.
just 1 minute. See everybody back shortly. Stay.
Good evening.
Todd, I think your mic is on. Perfect.
Okay, is everyone ready? Thumbs up? Okay. Okay. Board Secretary is asking for 30 more seconds. All right, it is 7:09. Let's call the business meeting to order. May I have roll call, please?
Anderson,
Here.
Wong,
Here.
Miller,
Present.
Delgado, Jacobs,
Here.
Levy,
Here.
Larson.
Present. May I have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
All members are present except Delgado, and I have Larson, Wong, and Anderson in the boardroom. Everybody else is virtual.
Thank you. May I have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any questions or discussion regarding the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. The agenda is approved. Brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And next up, Mr. Wong will be taking care of the announcements for us.
Okay, good evening. The announcements for Tuesday, October 27th are: thank you to the Elks Club for their continued support of our third graders during distance learning. Once again, they provided dictionaries for each third grader in our district. They are working with our elementary school principals to get these delivered during distance learning. The school district continues to provide iPads and app support and training at the Beloit Public Library every Thursday from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. No appointments is necessary, and Spanish interpreters are available. This month on Facebook, the district highlighted and gave a shout out to our assistant principals. And on Wednesday, October 21st, the school district launched its very own blog. The weekly blog will be shared out on Facebook and on our LinkedIn account. Todd Elementary teacher, Mrs. Susan Vanden Langenberg, wow, that's a long one, won $500 worth of books from Scholastic. She is very excited to share lots of great stories with the students of Todd Elementary School. We have a lot of great announcements regarding Beloit Memorial High School. Beloit Memorial High School announced that the recent hiring of Delana Johnson as head coach of the girls basketball team. She has a distinguished career of playing basketball at high school and college. She is looking forward to leading the Lady Knights on and off the court. Beloit Memorial High School students Rebecca DeCoke and Natalie Bittner were recognized as Rotary Students of the Week. Both were recognized for their high honor roll for all 4 years of high school, and both have been involved in sports, receiving department awards, and are leaders among their peers. The school district of Beloit partnered with Frito-Lay for a first ever apprenticeship program. The Beloit Memorial Junior Merrill Reed went through a rigorous interview process to be selected as an apprentice. This is the first in the nation that this type of opportunity for a student is being extended by Frito-Lay. Merrill is very excited and proud to be representing Beloit Memorial High School and our district. Way to go, Merrill. We want to thank the Beloit Memorial High School National Honor Society for building a playground at Family Promise of Greater Beloit. According to Family Promise, these ambitious students only took 6 hours to build a safe, fun playground for children to enjoy. And they did a great job, and they completed it in one day. I went out there and saw it myself. This concludes tonight's announcements.
Thank you, Board Member Wong. Brings us to recognitions.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Monica Christopa, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some great recognition that is coming to Beloit Memorial High School staff. First, I would like to recognize Mr. Todd Clary, boys golf coach, for his leadership and coaching of our boys golf team. This year, under his inspiration and direction, 4 golfers were recognized by the Golf Coaches Association of Wisconsin as 2020 Academic All-State honorees. These student athletes serve as a great example to others, proving that athletic and academic success are not mutually exclusive. Their average GPA of these students statewide is an exceptional 3.717. When I introduce Coach Cleary in just a moment, he will share the names of these athletes and talk a little bit about their success as a team and as academic all-state honorees. Writing grants is not an easy task. We hear that word and we all know the challenges involved. And in most cases, as I mentioned, it's quite challenging and tedious. Tonight, we recognize 2 individuals who stepped up to this task and wrote some exceptional grants. Mr. Michael Pringle is a family and consumer education teacher at Beloit Memorial High School. He is the recipient of a $1,400 grant from the State Line Community Foundation. I look forward to him sharing with us which students will benefit from this generous grant. And Mr. Anthony Capizzello, I love saying that name. Capizzello is the third person to be recognized at Beloit Memorial High School tonight. Mr. Capizzello is the business and entrepreneurship teacher and is the recipient of a $10,000 grant from the Financial Literacy Innovation Grant Program, aimed to help students adopt and implement the Wisconsin Standards on Personal Financial Literacy. I'd like Ms. Pelz, Beloit Memorial High School, to share a few comments about these three gentlemen, and then we're going to start once Ms. Pelz completes her comments. Coach Clary will begin and have a few words to share.
Good evening. My name is Emily Pelz. I'm the principal at Beloit Memorial High School, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight so that we can recognize these exceptional individuals and the work that they do to support students in academic achievement. As you know, navigating education during the pandemic has been a difficult task, yet these individuals have found a way to go above and beyond. I'm so proud to have staff and students at Beloit Memorial High School such as these, who exemplify the opportunities and excellence that exist at BMHS. I want to thank each of them for their hard work and congratulate them on a job well done. And I'm going to turn it over because they are who you want to hear from, I'm sure.
Go ahead, Coach Clary.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for having those of us here tonight to talk about the success of not only the high school, but the students at the high school. So each season for boys and girls golf, the Wisconsin High School Golf Coaches Association offers academic all-state nominations and awards. The qualifications are a minimum of a cumulative 3.25 grade point average. They have to be at least a sophomore in standing in their for grade level. And then they need to compete in 75% of the varsity matches during the regular season. Obviously, with COVID, our boys play in the spring, and this past spring we did not have a season, unfortunately. We had a really good group of young men, 2 incoming freshmen, and a sophomore that had an outstanding freshman year. So while we didn't have a season, the association decided to recognize not only the varsity athletes, but they opened it up to JV. So my 2 varsity athletes that qualified were Alex Hoy, who is now a senior, and Griffin Overnader, who is a junior. They are 2 of my varsity players. And then JV players that got to be recognized this year, even though they did not compete, were Andy Badger, a senior, and Tyler Jordan, a senior. And as Monica said, I think the overall grade point average for all of our high school golfers throughout the state was a 3.7. 3 of those 4 gentlemen had a grade point average higher than 3.7, and the other one was just at about 3.7. If we could have included freshman, Kai Wong would have made it as well. He was a 4.0 student as a freshman. So hopefully this spring we will have boys and girls golf. Girls will start in March. Normally they're played in the spring. And then 4 weeks later, in the middle of the boys season, the girls will start, or the boys will start. And hopefully we'll have another season where we can have players play, and we can also recognize their great work in the classroom. Proud to be coach of Beloit Memorial High School, proud to be a Purple Knight, and proud of these young men for the work that they do. Golf season is tough. They spend a lot of time on the golf course, long hours. Typical high school match is 5 to 6 hours. And they find a way to get the work done as well, which is required and expected of them. So appreciate the work that they put in both on the golf course and in the classroom. So with that, go Knights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're very, very proud of you and your coaching that you do with our students. Mr. Pringle, you are next to share the exciting news about your grant from the State Blind Community Foundation.
Thank you very much for inviting me tonight to the school board meeting to talk about HOSA and the HOSA chapter at BMHS. HOSA used to stand for Health Organization Students of America. but they have changed their official logo now to HOSA, Future Health Professionals. So HOSA, the HOSA chapter at BMHS was started last year in November. And we were interrupted, of course, by the pandemic, trying to get our organization up to full speed and running and organized. However, it did not stop me from writing for a grant on behalf of BMHS HOSA and receiving that grant, which was dedicated for our young people to attend leadership conferences. There are 4 leadership conferences, but 1 academic conference. And through that grant, we will be able to pay for all the HOSA members at BMHS to attend the 4 leadership conferences. And if we were live, we just came back from one, if you will, virtually. They're all virtual. Was supposed to be held at UW Whitewater. That's the fall one. Regional is at Madison College. The state HOSA is at Wisconsin Dells, and the international HOSA switches back and forth between Disney World and Houston, Texas. Like I said, they're all virtual this year, and our students will be attending all 4 of those. The 5th component, if you will, HOSA has approximately 50 academic categories to compete in, and it is required of our students, as they are part of BMHS HOSA, to compete. That begins in January, and like I said, the grant will pay for them to compete in January, where if they place in the top 8 in the region, they then go to state competition. If they place in the top 3 in the state, they then go on to the international conference and will compete internationally. Like I said, there are approximately 50 academic events they can participate in, from medical law to medical terminology, sports medicine, speaking skills, health, career, photography, and veterinary medicine. That's just a few. At the leadership that just concluded on Monday, on Sunday night, they heard from Dr. Joseph Tatar, the epidemiologist from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. And of course, he discussed the specifics of the Wisconsin COVID pandemic and the challenges an epidemiologist faces when collecting data. There were also 3 breakout sessions that night: college student life through a pandemic, COVID-19 frontline workers, and global health and the pandemic influence, linking global to local. So I was able to attend just one of the breakout sessions, but on day 2, I attended 2, and surprisingly, one of the most interesting ones was they had students from UW-Madison talk about college students' life through a pandemic, and that was very interesting. They started to talk more about how HOSA helps them through college, the connections. And by the way, HOSA is middle school through 4-year colleges, and the University of Wisconsin has the largest HOSA chapter in the state. On day 2 of the conference, Dr. Jennifer Edgoose, who's the director of family medicine at UW-Madison, talked about health inequities and the impact of COVID-19. And as I said, she was an excellent speaker. All speakers were, and our students were exposed to that. All of our students did attend the conference. I really didn't mean to be checking up on them, but I would go from talk to talk and just look at the list of students, and I was very happy and proud of them that they did attend this conference. One of the areas that they're talking about now, the state officers, student officers, there's something called 7 Cups, and they're offering all students in the state, HOSA students, to join 7 Cups, which is a support, listening, and emotional support, all done online. And it's international, and I'll be talking to our students about that soon to see if they're interested. But Thank you. HOSA is very good for our students who are interested in medical careers, and I'm hoping that our present HOSA chapter will be impetus for a greater pathway for healthcare classes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pringle, and I'm very proud of our students who are representing us at those conferences and leadership events. Mr. Capizzelli, are you here?
I am.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to you to share a little bit about your $10,000 scholarship.
I'll be brief, I promise. First, I want to say hi, Mr. Clary. A long time no see. It's always great to see you. Congratulations to both of you guys. And I have to make sure I don't forget the students. So last year I was asked by a guidance counselor if we had an FBLA chapter. And I guess once upon a time we did, and now we really didn't, but there was a scholarship opportunity. So I just kind of did FBLA last year just because. And assembled a few kids, and we actually had a great time. And we were all ready to take the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's public library program to the public for adults. And then COVID hit. So during the planning time, in the backdrop, we were planning to apply for this grant. And the group of kids that were predominantly active in that were this year's president, which is Cheyenne Kepler. And then last year's grads, which is Miles Martin and Garrison Voigt and Victor Estrella, who I promised I would burn tonight. So I'm just going to say that the three combined grade point averages with about one of those golfers. And just putting that out there. Okay, surely I jest, but I'm going to catch it from them just for that. So anyway, so they were very creative. We had a great time, and ultimately what we're going to do is this, and we're going to take it very slow and small because even though everything's upside down this year, the grant must go on. So we're going to implement financial literacy to at least one or two elementary classrooms this year. One middle school classroom, and as soon as we can assemble an audience of adults, we're going to launch it for adults in the community as well, because typically in areas like ours, like I always tell the kids, you don't go to Mequon and see a lot of payday loan stores on the corner. So we kind of have to help each other out here and offer some guidance for anybody that's willing to accept it. And that's what we're after. So we're going to do a very small group of students this year, and we're eventually going to buy our cool Mr. Money Guy costumes. So when we're COVID free, we can go out like Scoopy and wave money. And that's about it. And thank you very much for the recognition, and we hope to make the school district happy and proud.
Thank you very much. That concludes awards for this evening.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of our staff members here, and thank you for all the work that you're doing with our students and creative ways to make those connections and expand the learning. And you're really doing a great job of getting Beloit out there in a good way and doing great things for kiddos. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now at public comment. Board Secretary, is there anyone for public comment?
No, I received no public comments.
Okay, that brings us to our board professional development with Rob's top 10 list for board members. So we have Rob Beekema here, who is our attorney for the board and for the district. I'll turn over to you now, Rob. Maybe he has stage fright. Okay. Board, would you? Oh, here he comes again. There you go. Didn't mean to scare you away, Rob.
Great way to start my presentation. I pressed my volume button and I left the meeting. That is a classic. that's something not to do as board members, is to click yourself out of the meeting. So good to see you guys. Can you hear me okay? And can you see me okay? I'm in a little box in the corner, but you can hear me well?
Yes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide some training. And with me tonight is my colleague, Savian Grinnell. Savian's has some great experience working in school districts. He worked for the Milwaukee Public Schools as a lawyer, and then he worked in the city attorney's office in the city of Milwaukee, and then he joined our firm over a year ago. So really want to welcome him. And he's done several projects with me in Beloit, and I thought it was good to get a key member of our team some exposure to the board. So say hi to Savian. I'm glad you came on.
Hello.
Hello. From what I have been able to tell, the board is very interested in learning. I mean, I think in the last few months since April, since many of you were elected, I know you've done a lot of in-servicing and a lot of seminars, and so it's really good. I also looked at the agenda and realized that we have an aggressive list of topics, and in a perfect world, I know the board's going to have a lot of input and questions, and it would be fun to dialogue. And for 10 items, each one of these could be about an hour, I think. But instead, I've got 4.5 minutes per topic as I calculated. So I guess I know that what's going to happen is that there's some of these which really pique your interest and with which there's a lot of additional discussion. We can always circle back and have some additional dialogue, or maybe some of these will even come to the board for discussion as we go along. A couple of key things that you want are, I've prepared an outline, which I think all of you have, and then I also have a supplement with all of the policies that we're quoting from that I thought would be useful for the board, because there's a lot of these that are key board policies for board members. And then a list of the statutes, which we're going to reference, which are pretty voluminous, and we're not going to obviously read each statute, but at least you have a compendium of support. I know we have a lot of people that are educators and well-educated, so there's probably a good desire to study up on your own too, so that we provided you with a lot of additional information. Dr. Keyser asked that we present on a top 10 list, and he had a couple of topics, and then I came up with things in my experience, and I've been representing the district for some time, and things that I think are interesting or that I think are key for board members to know, or that are kind of unique, or maybe have come up in the last couple of years. So list, and there's probably many, many more scenarios. It's just kind of a quick and easy and maybe more fun way to address some key issues that we want to address. So chime in anytime, or ask a question if you want, or we can move through these pretty quickly. My number one top 10 list, in no specific order, is when the board acts, it acts only together, not as an individual. And the policy here that's key is policy 161. And I think it's interesting to take a look at these little snippets of board policy. This one says that members of the Board of Education shall have authority only when acting as a board legally in session, and the board shall not be bound in any way by any statement or action on the part of an individual member, except when such statements or actions are in pursuit of a specific instruction to the board. Policy 161. And then there's some general grant of powers, and each of those says the board. It doesn't say an individual board member shall, it says the board shall. And so I just want to break down that phrasing a little bit. Unless the board directs somebody to act, for example, when the board would say, direct the board president to execute this agreement or something like that. But generally speaking, the board acts only together, not as an individual. Legally in session, we're going to touch on that a little bit with the open meetings law. When the board is properly convened, and that means that you have a meeting and it's been properly noticed, and then also Robert's rules are followed. That's what you do. You follow Robert's rules. And then actions by individual board members don't bind the board. And that sounds a little bit like, well, we're picking on individual board members, and that's not true. It's actually for the board's own protection. And I've thought about this. For example, if you're approached and people say to you, well, I want you to I want you to deliver on this one issue for me as a board member. And if you say, which I'm sure you wouldn't, but if you say, yeah, I'll be able to do that for you, or I guarantee that I'll be able to get that through, or I promise that I'll get that. And I'm not being silly. I mean, I'm just being, it's more instructive. You could say, look, I'm only one board member. The board acts as a whole. I might have an interest in this topic. I might agree with your position. I might be very fascinated. I might have that as a key part of my platform. But as you know, I might advocate for that too, but I'm only one board member and I can't commit to what the board's going to do. And that does provide some protection for you, just in case somebody would say, well, that board member promised to me that they would be able to get that. And you say, well, no, the board only acts as a whole. They don't act as an individual. And then you can also then, the final thing is, by saying that the board doesn't act as an individual, only as a whole, it says nothing about the importance of the board task or your individual role as a board member, or how you represent the community, or how much pride you take in your job, or how much research you want to do. All that is definitely key for a board member. It's just a matter of saying, I can't commit or bind the board as an individual, only as the board as a whole. So that's my number one board issue. Then, number two, thou shalt follow your board member code of conduct. The board member code of conduct, I think, is a fascinating policy, Policy 165. And, you know, sometimes we joke, it's like, would you like a little bit of reading? Here's a big stack of statutes for you to read as board members. But I think it's very fascinating to take a walk through Policy Section 100 as a new board member, because in there, I mean, I looked in there quickly and there was a mission statement, which is really cool, and it's all about students. And I think that's a great thing. You look at what your board status is. You have harassment policies. You talk about what the board does and what the board status is. And then you move on to number 165, which is key, and that is the board member code of conduct. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to point out a couple of key things. And again, it's interesting. It starts out by saying the board functions most effectively when individual board members adhere to acceptable professional behavior. And believe me, when you act as a board together, it's really important to adhere to acceptable professional behavior. And I've seen that out of this board. In the past, there's been times when, you know, the board has had some challenges or hasn't followed that. And I think it's really been good as a board member to take a look at this, say, well, this is going to be a code of conduct that guides my conduct. And then if you go through there, and I'm just going to point out maybe the first few of them, but keep your first concern is the children. That's what your mission is. Transact all business in an open and ethical above board basis. We're going to talk about conflict of interest. And then interesting, speak openly about your own position, which means you can advocate for your position, but then once the decision is made, support the decisions of the board, which is a classic boardsmanship 101. It's like the board, once it acts, it's made a decision, and you might not necessarily be happy about it, but the policy says that you would support the decisions of the board. Attend all meetings. It's great. It's like if you want to be a board member, you really want to attend. And then respect and never violate the confidentiality of executive sessions. We've got a top 10 list one on that. Recognize the strength of the board is as a board, not individuals. That's reiterating what my number one was. And then 7, 8, and 9 are interesting as it relates to the board. Recognize that the function of the board is one of policy making, not administration. And that's interesting. A classic age-old conversation about the role and function of the board. And the board's role is policymaking, not administration. And I think the board recognizes that, but where that line is sometimes is very hard to manage. And then this one has been necessary a couple times looking back on number 8, which is very specific. It says, recognize that no board member shall interfere with the administration of the school district as an individual or undermine the administrative, teaching, secretarial, or custodial staff by reverting to political or coercive means to force ideas on the personnel of the school district. And that sounds like a bad thing, but I think what it means is that individual board members shouldn't be trying to undermine what the administration is doing or trying to coerce the staff or trying to achieve a certain result from the staff. And, I guess it's just a matter of knowing what your role as a board member is and what the responsibility of the administration is. So I think those are very interesting. I just think it's a key thing to know what the code says. And I think there's some fascinating things in there. I mean, if you want to have some fun, or we can compare notes sometime, take a walk through the Code of Conduct and also Section 100, the board policies. I think they're very fascinating. Then number 3, one of the key Code of Conduct things is avoid conflicts of interest. And Sabian's going to briefly talk about what the law is, and then maybe we'll point out a couple of potential conflicts of interest to avoid.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, glad to be here and good to meet you all. So I'll touch briefly on avoiding conflict of interest, and you have it there in the outline, but I want to touch base just a little bit on some of the statutory information that you should have. So taking a look at Section 8, it has some information there from the Board Policy 165.1, but I really want to actually draw your attention to B, right? And this comes from West Stat 1941-1, and really what this is essentially a declaration, right? Saying basically a policy that says that, as a board member, as a local public official, you are to conduct yourself with high moral and ethical standards, right? And so that is the declaration. However, as you see right there on the outline, it also indicates, see also West Stat 1959. And within that particular statute is some very, very important information that I want to bring your attention to. And, as Rob indicated earlier, there is a lot of information here. You can probably, if you want to do some homework, you can certainly take a look at it. But this is one that I am actually going to really, really pinpoint and actually read, because this comes up a lot. And sometimes we think it doesn't, but it really does come up a lot. And so the Wisconsin Ethics Code prohibits public officials, from 1, using his or her public position or office to obtain financial gain or anything of substantial value for the private benefit of himself or herself, or his or her immediate family, or for an organization with which he or she is associated, right? And so that comes from West Stat 1959-1A, all right? So, and then you have 1959-1C, which says the Wisconsin Ethics Code prohibits a public official from taking any official action substantially affecting a matter in which the official, a member of his or her immediate family, or organization with which the official is associated has a substantial financial interest. And 3, or using his or her office or position in a way that produces or assists in the production of a substantial benefit, direct or indirect, for the official, one or more members of the official's immediate family, either separately or together, or an organization with which the official is associated. And so those are 3 particular statutes or sub-statutes that you really want to pay attention to in the Wisconsin Ethics Code. And so when you're taking a look at the statute, it doesn't address or regulate all conflicts of interest, right? But it only regulates those conflicts in which the actions of the public official will provide a substantial benefit to that public official, all right? And so a member of that individual's immediate family, or like I said earlier, an organization with the official is associated. And another thing that you also want to pay attention to is that not only is there Wisconsin's ethics code, which is civil, however, there is a criminal code. Okay, and so the criminal code comes from Westat 1946.13 1 through 3. And so I'll just briefly touch on that. And so this particular code prohibits public officials from participating in an official capacity in any contracts in which he or she has a private pecuniary interest if he or she is authorized to participate in the making of the contract. And one of the things about this is that it's not just any small contract, right? It's not saying, well, hey, a board member has some particular contract with the district, it's $100, it's $200. No, we're talking about something pretty substantial here. So it is a different threshold to meet for that criminal code as it relates to conflict of interest and as it relates to private pecuniary interest. And so you don't necessarily need to worry about that unless there is a large private interest there, $15,000 or more. And so, Rob, did you have anything else you want to add in relation to any particular?
Board members whose spouse is an employee, we've had that very often in the district. Board member who's a vendor of the district, that's a little bit less likely, but it has happened. And then a board member who is a member of a board that does business with the district, we've had that situation as well. Part of it is knowledge. Part of it is asking advice. I mean, the board has asked advice before on this, and it's to help the board. I mean, the board wants to operate ethically, and so that's what you do. I mean, if you have a question or there's a concern, the board has asked for opinions on that before. And I guess the key is, if you do have a conflict, you're expected to not vote on or debate an issue and recuse yourself. And I guess the other reminder is, it's not something to take lightly, because there is, like Savion mentioned, the civil code, but it's a criminal statute, which is a little bit scary. And that's why I think it's a good idea, if you feel there's any possible conflict, that the board deal with it. So, yep, that comes up surprisingly more often than you think it would, but I think it's something to be very aware of.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's true, Rob. And I would also add in there's like Rob said, certainly ask the question. And if you ever feel like there is a situation where it's like, well, maybe there is a conflict of interest, it would behoove you to, certainly bring it to your attention and let that be known. So that there isn't a pretty much an appearance, right, of a conflict of interest, because that could also cause an issue as well.
Should we talk about walking quorums?
Yeah. Let's briefly talk about that. So, as you can see here on the title, it says if it walks like a quorum, it talks like a quorum, it's a quorum. Well, it's a walking quorum, right? And so, basically, there's a lot of information here that we threw out there to you, but I want to just basically say, well, what is a walking quorum? And so, a walking quorum is essentially a series of gatherings among separate groups of members of a governmental body. And so if you take, 3 board members here, 3 board members there, each less than quorum side, okay, who agree tacitly or explicitly to act uniformly in sufficient number to reach a quorum. And so a critical element of what a walking quorum is that it is an agreement to act uniformly. And so if there is, a tacit or express agreement, exchanges among separate groups of members may take place without violating open meetings law. So essentially what you're trying to not do is have a walking quorum, right? And so essentially what we have here is that, in the first bullet point here on 4A, it says that board members shall avoid using email for deliberations on district matters. State open meeting laws require that all board meetings be open to the public. An email deliberation of a quorum or a walking quorum could constitute a meeting under state open meeting laws. And so you want to make sure that your email communications, are essentially used for, not deliberating on topics and things that would generally be, open for discussion in the public. All right. So that's just essentially a general rule on that. And these meetings don't need to be face to face, right? This is not saying like the walking quorum has to be face to face. This could be by phone. This could be email exchanges. This could be other electronic messaging. We all have phones, right? This could be a group chat that you all put together, and so you definitely have to be careful about that. And so basically, the main thing here is that, well, what's the problem with the walking quorum? And essentially, the danger is that walking quorums produce a predetermined outcome and may render publicly held meetings a mere formality. Okay, and so say for instance, the board was, discussing through email something that would typically have been, decided on in a public forum, and you all deliberated on it. And for what's the purpose of actually having a meeting in public where people should be able to actually provide input if need be, where board members would actually discuss that information openly amongst the public, and those individuals would be able to provide input. And so you don't want to run into a situation where you are violating open meeting laws by having a walking quorum. Rob, anything?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is that it's not a discouragement for board members to speak with each other, right, and you could schedule things. Obviously, there's scheduling, there's bringing agenda items forward, and even having conversations. I think the key is to avoid predetermined outcomes or votes. And the reason why we said if it walks or it talks, because that's how you get, maybe you're not walking too much during COVID now, but talking, there is a lot of talking, and it doesn't come up very often, but it's just something that boards could fall into. And there are people out there that are looking very carefully at open meetings compliance. And so that's something that I know the board wants to take seriously, and that's why we talked about walking quorum. Should we talk about confidentiality?
Yeah, of course. Just briefly. So number 5 touches on the board secret, right? So keeping closed sessions confidential. I think we all know what confidentiality is and how important it can be. And so, the purpose of that executive session is to allow for a confidential discussion of matters that could be detrimental, right? Very detrimental to local government, its officers, or its employees, if they were to be discussed in public, right? And so in this case, we're talking about the school district, okay? So if, for example, the school district's position in litigation, possible litigation were to be openly discussed outside of executive session, the ability to effectively, pursue or defend a lawsuit could be compromised. And so another reason that you want to keep discussions private or confidential of what occurs in executive session is that executive session promotes effective discussion, right? If you are, able to have those confidential and intimate conversations with one another as board and discuss those confidential things, it allows board members to pretty much speak freely, speak openly, speak freely about some of the things that might be troubling them as individual board members or the board as a whole. All right. And so basically you want to keep those things confidential, because if members of the board are concerned that what they say in executive session might be disclosed afterwards, right, they may be reluctant to freely discuss those particular matters. And so discussing things, privately and keeping them confidential in executive session and not taking that out of executive session is very, very important as it relates to performing those board duties and making sure that the board can proactively act as a confidential, unit when it needs to. Anything else, Rob?
It's also contained in the board code of conduct 165.5, and so it's just a good reminder, and it's a confidentiality is a key part of being on the board. It's what the board does, especially in closed sessions. So, what about number 6? The board can attend any meeting it wants, but the public wants to know board operations and board committees and open meeting compliance. Interestingly, the board has kind of as I understand it, a revised committee structure now, and also you revise your meetings so that you have committee meetings one of the Tuesdays, and then you have the regular board meetings on the other. So the committee meetings have probably gotten more focus and more attention, and obviously the board's doing a lot of work in committees, which is really important and really key. Interestingly, the board, the statutes and the board policies talk about this, and I'm interested to note that in 19.89 it says that no duly elected or appointed member of governmental body may be excluded from any meeting of such body. And then it says, unless the rules of the governmental body provide to the contrary, no member of the body may be excluded from any meeting of that subunit of a subunit of the governmental body. So interestingly, the board can attend any meeting it wants. You're a board member. There's a lot of broad rights as a board member, and you have the right to attend the meetings. Interestingly, the rules of the governmental body can modify whether or not board members attend the subunit of that governmental body. I looked at the board policies on committee meetings, and the board, it's silent on whether board members can attend. It just talks about committee members. But I know from reviewing the law that if a quorum of the board is expected at a committee meeting, then notice has to be given. And not only does notice have to be given that the committee will be in attendance, but it also has to be noticed that the board members are going to be in attendance. I see Amy's got a question.
Thank you. Along those lines, is it possible to do a blanket quorum announcement that a quorum of the board may be present? Or does that kind of defeat the purpose of the notice? And my other question, this came up in our governance meeting tonight. We were given the direction that, yes, we can attend any subcommittee, but it is up to the chair as to which the level of participation that board members not on the committee could have. Is that kind of a made-up rule? Is that supported by policy? For example, if I am not a member of the subcommittee, but I am a board member, am I allowed to ask questions in those meetings, or is it up to the chair of that subcommittee?
Great questions. Yeah, and the issue of the blanket, it's probably something I'd want to look at, because I think it might be a little bit more robust. If the board members aren't going to be there, then it may be a little bit misleading if the public thinks the board's always going to be there if they're not. So I was thinking that you may want to have some discussion, and this is a board discussion, that if you're planning on attending, that maybe you would notify, there'd be a process for notification so that the board secretary could post that in advance. So that's probably something that needs a little bit more review, the issue of whether a blanket notice is going to be satisfactory or not. So I probably want to look at that, but I think it's probably going to be better if there's a notice methodology and then a notice given. With regard to the attendance at the meeting, this is where the lack of policy guidance is difficult, because I look back and I've heard anecdotal evidence. There were times when it was only the committee members allowed. And then there were times when board presidents would say, or the committee chairs would say, I'll recognize you, but I'll only recognize you as a member of the public. And then there were times by practice that the board would be in attendance and the board would have more of a right to ask questions than other people. And it's it's really for lack of guidance, Amy, that is a concern. There's really nothing in the policies. And so it's more a matter of a lot of different types of practices that have developed over time. And frankly, it's been more up to the committee chair. And if the committee chair felt strongly, or if they wanted to give board members the right to ask questions, it would be kind of up to the committee chair. But that's not been a standard operating procedure. In fact, I think we'd find that there's all kinds of different practices from the past. So that's why it might be a good idea for the board to talk about what kind of committee operations you want and what kind of input do you want from board members.
Thank you. It sounds like this needs to be addressed in policy so that we have consistency with non-committee member involvement. Thank you.
I saw Stephanie had a question too.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't get my mute button off. And by the way, Rob, I'm notorious for falling off on my computer, and I've fallen off before by hitting my mute button as well. Board Member Wong is probably laughing behind his mask right now. Yes. It's okay. I'm a big girl. I can take the joke. But I'm still confused. So then, and I agree with Board Member Levy. I mean, I think we do have to have this addressed and have some kind of a policy. But then we're going to have a quorum, though, aren't we?
Yes, and then you can have a quorum as long as you post notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like what Board Member Levy was saying, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Rob.
No, and she was asking a question that I think just takes a little bit of review, and that is to say in every committee meeting a quorum of the board may attend. There's some Attorney General's opinions that says if a quorum is going to attend, the public needs to know. And I think the board would agree with that. But then if you say that on a blanket basis, but then if several committees, the board doesn't attend, and the public shows up saying, where's the board? Oh, they decided not to attend this time. I just think the board needs to discuss whether that, whether we would rather have a notice process so that if there was committee meetings and the board was going to be in attendance, they would just notify so there could be a notice given. I mean, I think that's two different things. I think I'll just take a look and see whether there's been any Attorney General guidance on a blanket quorum notice like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for those questions. And yeah, I mean, I had kind of my final note was the board needs to discuss this, so I think it's probably a good thing to discuss. Number 7, and we'll try to move through these other ones quickly. I think we're doing okay on time, but is it true the board supervises one person? Very fascinating. You hear this stuff as you go along, like, oh, I forgot to mention the one thing. The most power an individual board member has is the power of the vote. I thought that was cute because, and very real, because sometimes individuals have to act as a board, but the ability to vote on matters for the district is very powerful. But is it true that the board supervises one person? Well, that could be taken out of context and kind of minimalize the board's role. But I think it's instructive to notice that in the powers and duties policy of the board in policy 150, it says, you see there's an introductory, to achieve the goals, the board believes that it can make contributions at several levels. And then number 1 is by selecting and supporting an able superintendent of schools. And I think it's not insignificant that it's the first power listed on the part of the board, because I think, you can't understate the importance of the hiring of a superintendent. Obviously, it's among the most important functions of the board. Again, not minimalizing lots of other really important responsibilities of the board, but the issue there is very clearly stated in your policies. And then I think it's interesting that under 118.22, which is the administrator statute for hiring administrator, it says the board may employ a district administrator, and then it says under the direction and employing board, under the direction of the employing board, the school district administrator shall have the general management of the professional work of the schools. And so A specific statute talks about the importance of the direction and under the direction of the employing board. And so that's very, very key. And then general statutes talk about the importance of the board's supervision over the schools. So those are a little bit broader, and then in terms of evaluation, very interesting, the board does evaluate the superintendent for sure. So again, that's a key role. The board might have very strong opinions about a lot of other people, but the board doesn't evaluate anybody else. Now, interestingly, the board is involved in personnel recs, so you are involved in personnel decisions, and then you also you execute the contracts of teachers and administrators, at least those two categories, and so you're involved in personnel there. So I'm not saying that there's not a broad base of knowledge or supervision by the board over the operations of the district, but I am saying it is true that the board supervises one person, by supervising meaning hiring and evaluating. So I think that's a fascinating issue, and I think it probably does say something about the board's role and the administrator's role and how the board executes its desires, its powers through policy, yes, but through also directing the administrator to accomplish the goals of the board. So that's my little summary of the board supervision of one person. The number 8, interestingly, we have a lot of power, don't we? And yes, you do. I was taking a look at the statutes of the board. 118.001, the statutory duties of the school board shall be broadly construed. And then I looked at 120.12, and that lists all the school board duties, and then 120.13, all the school board powers. And I looked at the fact that how does the board operate then? And almost everything you read and everything you study in the statutes talks about the key way for the board to exercise their power is obviously through the management, overall management of the district, but it's through policy making. And that's why it's very important what the policies say. And as you become a more experienced board member, you realize more and more how important the policies are. So I looked also about delegating. You can delegate many areas of responsibility as a board. There's certain things you can't delegate, and these probably have to be individually researched, but the research I did showed at least 2 key areas: the budget. And it's not silly to say, well, the board can't delegate the budget, voting on the budget, and real estate. And there's just a lot of specific powers in 120.13 that the board can't delegate. So it's important to know there's certain things you can't delegate. There is a lot of power that you can delegate, and the way you do that is through your policies and through your supervision of the superintendent. Okay, Amy.
Quick question, and I know that this is on our agenda for later this evening, but my assumption is that Wisconsin state statutes trumps our board policy. Is that correct?
It does. If there's a conflict between statute and policy, then the statute would probably prevail. I mean, I've looked at the issue, the broad grant of powers, and there's a lot of power that the board can effectuate through policy. And so delegating board power by policy is very legal. It's not illegal. You know what I mean? And so I'm not exactly sure what statute you're talking about, but I think that there's a broad range of power the board can delegate or effectuate through policy making.
Specifically, state statute 120.12, and a portion of number 1 says that the school board's duty is to control and management of property. So I would assume that under that statement that whether or not a property is opened or closed would be a board duty.
Let me just pull out that statute.
Oh, sure.
One 120.12.1A.
Correct. I don't know if there's an A, and I'm just looking at 120.12, number 1.
The possession, care, control, and management of the property and affairs of the school, the management of the property. That's the issue of real estate, buying and selling real estate. But it doesn't mean that you can't create a policy to manage or effectuate management of the property.
So that is a power, in your opinion, that could be deferred if the board so chose?
Yes, and well, I mean, if it's a formal legal opinion you're looking for, I probably would want to have the ability to find out if you're talking about, does the board have right to issue a policy on the opening or closing of schools, I would say they have that right. And I say that only because there are policies already on closing schools. And I think you can make an argument by and I think there's actually a reference to notifying the DPI when the schools reopen. Now, I recognize that's not for a pandemic, but we have a policy on the closing of schools, and so that affects property. So I do believe the board would have the authority to create a policy on opening schools.
Thank you so much.
Okay, should we move on to number 9? The public's business is the public's business. Savion?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Rob. So this is another one of those areas that we could literally spend a full day together talking about. Public records law. Okay. So let's dive into it pretty quickly here. This is one where I am going to read the whole declaration. And it says, in recognition of the fact that a representative government is dependent upon an informed electorate, it is declared to be the public policy of this state that all persons are entitled to the greatest possible information regarding the affairs of government and the official acts of those officers and employees who represent them. Further, providing persons with such information is declared to be an essential function of a representative government and an integral part of the routine duties of officers and employees whose responsibility is to provide such information. So all I say is the general rule is you assume that all your emails, the emails that you all are sending on the server, the district's email server, is not confidential. You assume that all those emails are subject to the public records law, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that all of those emails or all those documents therein are disclosable, because there are various exceptions or exemptions under the law that exist. However, as a general matter, those emails and other public communications are subject to public disclosure. And so that not only is that as relates to emails, but also, say, for instance, you have a district, a phone that you are using to conduct district business on, right? So that could be the emails that you send from that. It could be text messages that you are sending from that particular phone, if it relates to public business, if it relates to business of the school district. And so going back to the outline here, a couple of things that you want to pay attention to. In one, open meetings law, right? And so board members shall avoid using email for deliberations on district matters. And we talked a little bit about this earlier as it relates to the walking quorum, right? And so making sure that you aren't deliberating on district matters through email. Not only because, one, you don't want to break the law, but two, people could, certainly, file a public records request, get that particular information, and, use that information however they see fit. And so board emails to district personnel. And so there are some particular policies that you all have in place. And so you definitely want to follow that chain of command as it relates to not directly emailing personnel regarding district matters. And Rob touched on this a little bit earlier in terms of, how the board's job is to enact policy and basically effectuate that policy and not administer, okay? And so you definitely want to make sure that you're following the chain of command as it relates to district personnel and emailing those individuals. Excessive, abusive emails, I don't think we have to worry about that, but we put it in there, okay? One thing I will mention is that, considering the fact that the use of public email is something that is disposable, you got to think about some of the things that you were saying, right? And even it's not a good look, I would say, even if you aren't breaking the law or anything of the sort, where there might be fighting between among board members or fighting between board members and staff and things of that sort. And so we always want to be cognizant of the fact that if you are sending emails, just think about, hey, somebody could file a public records request tomorrow and get this particular information or this particular email that I just sent out. So also you want to make sure that you take a look at board policy 161.1. Take a look at that. And again, the general rule is that assume that no email sent or received on district email server is confidential. Rob, got anything to add?
No, it's very well said. We're in the home stretch. Are we the final decider? The reason I bring this, sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Rob, you and Savion are such great resources. I have lots of questions. This one is brief. So this has happened tonight and in the past. If we make a decision in closed session as it pertains to employee recommendations, we have come back into open session and said we want to approve employee recommendations with the omission discussed in closed session. We've done that. And then this evening, we were given the directive to list what is being omitted. So we did it that way this evening. My concern is because it was one person's name that was being omitted, that now we've shared that information with the public before that person can be contacted. So there's that conflict between what does the public have a right to know, when do they have the right to know it, which I'm all for transparency, but I also want to protect the privacy of people who are involved in the process. So what do you recommend? Is it okay to say we want to move forward employee recommendations with the omission listed in closed session, or should we list what those omissions are?
Wow, that's a tough one. Yeah, because I don't know the example or the situation, because I was at the last meeting where it said, the omission, except for the omission that was mentioned. And I thought that was a good way to handle it. But I also understand what you're saying now about the fact that if you're in open session then and you're approving the list and the public doesn't know which one was omitted, then there's really not transparency. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'd probably want to take a look at what specific situation we're talking about and provide some guidance. I'm not trying to dodge the question because it's been done both ways now. You know what I mean? So I'd kind of like to see what the issue is and how to best address it. It's probably not satisfactory, but I think I'd like to take a look at that one.
Thank you.
The board decision maker, why I point this one out is the board is the final decision maker in a lot of appeals. And I think specifically about a teacher termination case or complaint investigations, like Title IX, and then expulsions. You are the final local decision maker. Obviously, somebody can take appeals of expulsion cases to DPI. But with certain investigations, it says in the policies, the board's the final decision maker. The reason I point that out is because at some point in the future, we're going to have a conversation, and the board is going to want to do its due diligence, and the superintendent's going to want to keep the board informed as they're obligated to do. And so I'm letting you know that we walk a fine line there between informing the board and giving the board too many facts so that they can't remain unbiased or prejudge a situation. So this is only brought up because when you are the judge or the final decision maker, you can't be the prosecutor as well. And so that's why there may be times when the board is shielded a little bit from the facts, because you want to be able to be in a position where you can truly be a decision maker, and you can't be accused by the other opposing counsel of being biased. So that's my job, to protect the board. And so that's why sometime I may say, we can only tell you brief facts because we can't give you too much detail because you're going to be the decision maker. So yes, it's a key role of the board is being the final decision maker in key issues. And there may be times when we need to protect you. That's our top 10 list. I think we did okay in terms of time. I know you have a long agenda. I really appreciate the questions, appreciate the board's desire to learn more. I found it to be very interesting that one of the board ethics or code of conduct thing is to continue to be educated and receive as much training as possible. So I think we accomplished that tonight. So you are complying with the code of conduct.
All right, are there any more questions for Rob?
Thank you so much, board.
All right.
Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you both very much.
You guys have a good night.
You too, thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, it brings us to reports, and first up is coming from our student board member, Kana Wong. I'm so sorry, I already crossed it off. I was just moving us right along. Sorry, Dr. Keyser.
No, that's okay. I can get long-winded, so I want to thank Rob and Savian for attending. I meet with Rob on a regular basis, and so his support of myself has been invaluable in helping to support the district, and I know he has been a longstanding member of this board in this community. For the superintendent's board report, I'm not going to take up too much time, and really, as I have shared in my updates to the board, wanting to keep the board informed and also have the opportunity to allow the board to provide feedback to me and things to consider. And so tonight, I wanted to share that, as it has been said to me, through this COVID pandemic, we've learned a lot, and we've had some really good experiences and good things that have come about it, as far as finding innovative ways to reach out to our students and our families, the community engagement around supporting our students with the distance learning support centers, with our community partners, and certainly the conversations in regards to elevating our sense of how do we navigate through this safely, thinking of our students, our families, and our staff. However, we also have the opposite side. We have, in our consistent education of students at a distance, we also are recognizing the increasing effects of being isolated from our schools, being isolated from one another, and so there is a growing need for consideration and support for students, both academically and social emotionally. And so I'm going to put up one slide just as a talking point here and not as a presentation, so that the board can provide its feedback to me. And what I have been working on with the surveys and pulse checks to our families and to our administration and our teaching staff has been that there is a growing space in which we can explore the opportunities while we're still in distance learning to have small groups of students to provide that support. As we start to look at each of our buildings, and in our recent pulse check, 80% of the administrative staff and 59.5% of our professional teachers, and this is classroom teachers only, have shared that under the right conditions, there could be small groups, and I've defined small groups as 10 or fewer students that could be supported and look at innovative ways. What I would want am interested in from the board's perspective is what things to consider when trying to put together a plan for providing these supports. To give a shell structure that has been actually vetted through Rob in these processes are the bullet points that are listed. So any sort of support structure, small group support structure, would have these components. These things would be predetermined. This is not like what we're doing with our community partners, in that they can show up as needed. These would be appointed times. Our health room staff and our building administration would be fully informed. In fact, I would be putting them in positions where they would be guiding the district as to what kinds of supports are most impactful for their buildings. Talking with parents, if there would be a space for this, that if parents could transport, that would be ideal, but certainly if it was possible. But if not, we would have to build a structure so that wouldn't be a barrier to support. There would have to be a contactless check-in and health screener piece, no different than what we expect for all of our staff. And this would be escorted, so it wouldn't be a situation, there would be a predefined space where the support would take place. Students would be escorted to those spaces. The activity or the support that would be provided, and then escorted to the pickup location. And in between those times, again, working with our staff, using our same cleaning protocols, we would be cleaning those spaces. So what I'm most interested in from the board are, with that general structure, before I move forward with any further planning, I wanted to get the board's input and feedback on the general approach and other considerations to be in my headspace as I think about these types of structures with the administrative staff. So at that point, I will open it up for comments.
Vice President Miller.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Keiser. Thank you for taking the time to put this together and to make these considerations. I first just want to comment that I love that you made these decisions based on input from staff. And I guess I have like 3 little questions I want to sneak in, and you can address them however you want. Okay. One is, I'm curious what the outreach to parents is and what the response has been. And along those lines, I'm curious about what would the criteria be for who is participating, like which students would participate in these small groups? So that's kind of my first one.
Okay. So definitely from the parents' perspective, from our pulse checks, certainly a lot of positive feedback, but a consistent theme of wanting to get students back to school. I know that at our last meeting, just on our initial from student feedback at the high school level, the theme of getting back to school is out there. So I feel that those pieces are loud and clear. The criteria would really be, if we're thinking about this as small groups and support structures, it would be really, because of where I sit, I really would be engaging each individual school in determining what are those critical needs for support. Certainly situations such as how we've been addressing access to internet is first and foremost in my mind, so accessing so that students can actually access the content. But other areas that have been brought up to me have included students who are struggling and have had ongoing interventions, whether that be literacy or so forth. Students who are exhibiting signs for social emotional. So thinking of that from the standpoint of our counselors and our social workers, they have lists of students that they check in on regularly. These are the individuals that I think of first and foremost for intervention and support. And then again, always starting with the premise of start small and getting good at something small before you even start thinking about expanding it.
Thank you. And just kind of a sub-question off of that, I'm curious if the use of facilities to address social and emotional well-being would include a kind of partnership where we partner with the facilities with another organization to provide some structured CDC, like all lined up sort of space. Just like you pointed out in your presentation, where the community partners have been able to support groups with no closures. I'm just curious if the district has considered a partnership where some of our space is utilized for some kind of like COVID-safe activity.
I have not considered partnering, so with the idea of using spaces within the school to sequester and do the support. I have not considered it as part of the initial thought. I certainly would not oppose to, if this were to come to fruition and we were able to be successful, to look at that down the road.
Okay, thank you. And then I promise the last one. I'm just curious if you could talk us through a little bit. I appreciate all of the precautions that you've listed, and I know this is just a broad level presentation. One of the main concerns for reopening schools that's been identified by health departments is the ability to prevent spread and contact tracing. If you could talk a little bit more about the details that you're thinking about right now, and if you don't have that available, that's fine, but I think that's something that myself as a board member and I think other community members might be interested in.
Absolutely. So when we think about prioritizing the health and safety, knowing that we have I meet weekly with the Rock County and provide the board with the weekly Rock County health update, which is on their website. Those pieces are not lost on me. I'm weighing that and the capacity of our community partners to do the support that they have and the needs for this growing piece from talking with principals and in the pulse check from the staff saying there are some needs that we aren't able to address at a distance, and is the district considering putting together ways that if small groups of students could get some targeted assistance, that could go a long way. The pieces that would have to be mitigated would be exactly that. That's why we don't want spread, so it would have to be an isolated, i.e. a classroom adjacent to an exit door, for example, so that students would come in, they would not be walking through a school, and they would be exiting out. To some degree, when we first started and we had legal guidance with our special education students. We did exactly that. We needed to do some testing. We worked with legal. We were able to find situations in which we had special education rooms adjacent to exterior doors. We brought students in, did our testing, took them out, and they did not interact with any staff other than the individual person running the testing for that student. And they did it one-on-one to accomplish that. So more information to come, but yes, the safety of the staff would have to be built into the structure and processes.
Thank you for taking the time to address my questions.
Yep.
Okay. Board Member Jacobs?
My feedback is that I fully support this idea.
Thank you.
That's it.
Board Member Wong?
Thank you, Dr. Keiser, for bringing this to the board. I think this is so critical, and as we all are aware, COVID is something that's a topic in every household, probably on a daily basis. I know it is in our house. A few things that I kind of wrote down here. I mean, some of the things that we just need, obviously, mandatory safety requirements, no exceptions whatsoever, period. I mean, that's one thing that we have to mandate, and that's for staff and for students. I think that there is no exceptions to that rule. If people are unwilling to abide by simple rules like that, and I've heard people talk about, well, we can't breathe, we can't have it on there. It's like, I hear this from other schools. Other schools are not having problems with this. So if they say mask is a problem, sorry, then maybe you can't participate, but we have to mandate that, because whether we could talk about the science and everything and whether masks work or not, but I think we have to make that mandatory. I'm very thankful, especially considering that we are the only school district in all of Rock County that has been virtual the whole time. And I think that we have to take a good hard look at this. And my concern is not just the safety and well-being of the district, but also for all the families. But we also have to look at this, another problem that we're facing, which is we'll talk about tonight and tomorrow night, which is the budget. We've been on a decreasing slide with our population for the last 5 to 6 years. We also have a charter school that's looking to take about 700 of our students. As we continue to isolate ourselves and not explore these options and think outside of the box, we are opening up our door to allow other families, and I know I look at our family as well, to say, hey, there's another school up the road here that we can school choice in that's growing, taking all of our kids right now, and I'm sure they'd be happy to take a lot more of them. And guess what? They're going to continue to build out there as well. So we have to be aware of that, and we can serve our students well. We just have to think outside of the box and not be so sheltered and to say we can't do it because because of COVID. So I think we have to definitely look at that, but it has been a growing concern that I've had, and I know we've had discussion in our house about it almost daily. It's a frustration of looking at schools like Hononegah that have participation in all sports. We know they've had COVID cases down there. We know that Turner was closed for a period of 2 weeks. They're opening back up as of today, or yesterday, I think it was. But we have to explore options, because doing nothing and staying virtual, I think, is very dangerous. It's detrimental for the district long term. And then I think I had one other thing. As far as the requirements and I think that to make it fair to all kids, we have to open it up and make sure that whatever activities are going on, that we make sure that the same opportunities are being delivered to other students that maybe aren't able to attend, and it's optional. It's purely optional, because we can't make it mandatory. We need to adhere and understand that some students and families are not going to be comfortable coming in person, but we need to explore options to how can we deliver the same activity or instruction to those kids, whether it's virtual or if it's at another site off-site. But we are usually, it's great that we're the Boys and Girls Club, the Y, the library, we're utilizing that right now. Why can't we do it here within our district? So once again, thank you for bringing this up. I think that there's a lot of people that will be appreciative of it.
Thank you.
Board Member Anderson?
All right, so I got a couple of questions. So the first one is, we want to make sure that we know that the cleaning procedures are actually done. Just because we know that we're going to have a lot of surfaces that are going to be touched. We want to make sure that they are sanitized correctly throughout the day, which leads me into the next question. How often are we going to actually have those kids in the schools? Are we going to have it every other day? Or is it going to be an everyday thing, or 2 days a week? And then the next question I would have is, the teachers that are going to be taking part in this, is it going to be purely voluntary? Because I know there's some teachers that aren't comfortable with this, and if they're uncomfortable with it, you know that their teaching is going to be impacted by it.
Absolutely. In terms of your last two, the frequency and voluntary pieces, moving that idea forward, this idea forward would definitely have to include deep level conversations. I can share with you that in walking through a couple of the schools, I've had staff who have shared with me like situations where they would say small groups. So I would feel that reaching out to schools and engaging in the conversation, though, that would be the first layer of individuals would be, this would be a voluntary approach, and the frequency would be dependent upon the safety protocols and, to your first point, the cleaning procedures, ensuring all of those expectations are addressed. Being in mind that the board approved the model in which the mandatory safety requirements are well established in regards to masks and so forth, and those would not change through any of this. So it would be building off the model and the safety procedures there as a base minimum, building up from there.
All right, thank you, and I really appreciate you bringing this to us.
Board Member Wong?
Just one last question, and I'm assuming that this would be for instruction as well as for extracurricular and sports that we'd be reviewing this for?
With the idea of starting small and building up, yes, I don't see this being something that has a potential limit to it. But again, starting with the small and getting good at that, and then building up from there.
Thank you.
Vice President Miller.
Thanks. I just want to offer a comment that I feel like it's been very affirming that you've put the well-being of our students ahead of all of these decisions that you brought to us. And I particularly want to thank you for the consistency factor. Being a parent of two kids who are in the distance learning option, that building up the momentum and the continuity of that distance learning has just been tremendously helpful in some struggles. And so I just want to thank you for keeping that consideration in the seeming plan that you presented, that we would be able to continue with that consistency, explore options. I think is really key. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Board Member Levy?
Could you expound a bit? I get how this works for, like if organizations want to come together, or if you want to do something social, because it wouldn't be like every day or 2 days a week, 3 days a week for the same group of students. But then when you mention the academic piece, so if this is a subsection of an English class or whatever academic class you want to pick, how would that, what do you envision that looking like? If it's not for a social reason, but it's an academic reason, what would that look like?
Certainly, and please tell me if I'm going in a different direction than what you're thinking. So from an academic reason, and I'm just gonna, what jumps off the top of my head is elementary and thinking about reading. And so oftentimes when we think about reading and literacy, we think of small academic groups or strategy groups. So let's just hypothesize that talking with an elementary school that a teacher's like, I have a group of 4 kids who are really, really struggling with tackling this standard in that. And could that be an intervention that we provide? And they say that it might be once a week for 2 or 3 weeks that I would really need to see with them. So from an academic sense, that's what I think of in terms of the academic piece. Again, starting small. And to Board Member Wong's question about, is there an upper limit to this? I'm not placing an upper limit on it at this point, other than the fact that I don't know where this could go. I'm just trying to be proactive based on the feedback that I'm receiving from buildings.
No, and I appreciate that example. That was really helpful to help me contextualize your thinking of using this for an academic purpose. So am I correct in understanding that the preference for who would be able to come to this for academic reasons would be students that may be having some challenges or struggling, versus opening it up to all students who have a preference to be in person?
Correct. That would be the starting point, because again, we are in a mode where we're in distance learning, so I'm looking this as a support mechanism.
Thank you.
Board Member Jacobs?
I just want to make a few more comments since I was very succinct before. Of course, because of my background in education, it has been in elementary. I have been extremely worried about our 4- and 5-year-olds in particular. We're asking, and 6, not that I'm worried about all of our babies, but when you think about those little ones who are having their first experiences at school online, it boggles the mind. And I've personally been working sometimes in person, otherwise online with my great niece who's 6. And I just can't say enough of, as long as we're following the correct guidelines, I think this is a win-win for especially those kids that are struggling, because they're going to continue to struggle, and they're going to continue to fall behind. So, and I am confident that we'd have enough teacher volunteers that would be willing to work with small groups in a safe setting, making sure that the masks are on, that there's proper airflow. I'm really excited about this, and I was thinking about what John had said as well, and I don't think we can ignore that with the other schools open all around us, opening, closing, whatever, I still think it's a great idea to get small groups of kids in that are struggling to get those needed skills, because COVID is going to be around for a long time yet, I'm afraid. So kudos for looking into this, Dr. Keyser.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing that, now let's go ahead and go on to the student board member report.
Thank you for the feedback, everyone.
Yep. There. Okay, cool. Good evening. Tonight I have a 2-part report. Over the past month, I've worked with clubs and students at the intermediate schools in an attempt to represent them in my report as well. So I'm going to be starting with them. You can scroll down, I think. So I worked with Fruzens, NJHS, Aldrich's MEO, and some of Cunningham's student leaders in order to construct polls, which helped me get a better idea of how their student bodies were feeling. All three of these polls were constructed slightly differently because I wanted to give the schools the freedom to collect data that they felt would be of use to them. And then I also want to say that I'm really thankful for everyone who's involved, and everyone was extremely helpful. So this was a bit of an experiment and a learning experience, and I hope to be able to improve the quality and structure of intermediate reports in the future. I hope to keep doing them. And then there are two main data points that I was able to pull from these schools. So the first one, roughly 60% of the students who participated in these schools are spending less than 3 hours on school a day, so in school and doing homework. And then I have the graphic up on the screen. Hopefully I can outline the circles a little better in the future. That middle one's a little rough. I didn't think this seemed to be too bad, as from what I've heard, most students have 5 or 6 classes, and a normal school day is over 7 hours, roughly. So that seemed to not be too bad. Secondly, next, grades. Averaged out between all 3 schools, about 50%, oh, you can scroll it, yeah. About 50% of the students claim that their grades are noticeably worse than last year. This can be, I think, probably a lot attributed to virtual learning, but there are other factors that can be involved as well. That's the information I got from the middle schools, or at least that I was able to pull from all 3 of them. So then I did another high school poll and plan to do them monthly, so long as there are no major changes in our schooling this year, like us all going back. This time there was a nearly even distribution of responses among all 4 grades, with roughly 800 respondents, which I was very happy with. Starting off, so that doesn't go up yet. Starting off, nearly half of the students said their grades were worse than last year, and 2/3 of the students said that school is harder than it is in a regular year. I couldn't get a graphic for this one because the Google form was, it just got kind of screwy, and I wasn't able to put it in any sort of visual. But there also could be some bias among the answers. I wouldn't imagine a lot, but you also kind of have to think about the 8th graders who are coming up to high school and are just experiencing the increased workload. So now the first visual for the high school. Over 75% of students have reported that they're aware of tutoring programs or their teachers' office hours, which you can see in the red and the blue chunks of the pie chart. And although 2/3 of those kids, which is the red area, haven't attempted to use these services. Luckily, an additional 10%, which is the green area, have reported that although they're not aware of these services, that they've been seeking and receiving help from their teachers. So obviously we can and should continue to promote these opportunities to kids, but it seems as though we should focus on getting kids to take advantage of the opportunities that they already know are open for them. So then, next slide. 2/3 of our students who responded are spending 4 or fewer hours a day on schoolwork and online classes, which, given that the majority of students are taking 4 or 5 classes, that doesn't seem to be too bad. Next slide. In an attempt to learn what students were up to outside the classroom, I asked a check all apply question, which never can really truly cover everything, but is a far better alternative to me than reading through 800 short answer responses. I found that 41% of our students are working, which you can see in the, represented by the green bars, and half of which are working between 1 and 15 hours a week. Also, half of our students are babysitting frequently, and you can see that in the purple bar right above the red bars. Other quick little things to point out, something I just found interesting, 25% of our students are spending over 3 hours a day watching YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, and other entertainment services, which would be the bottom orange bar. And then 1 in 10 kids roughly reported that they're spending over 3 hours daily playing video games, which is the bottom red bar. The one other thing is the top purple bar. 15% of our students are saying that they're staying active by participating in some sort of athletic activity daily, whether that be gym class or sports not through the school. So yeah, that's what I've got. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're into the board committee reports. Board Member Wong, are you ready, or would you like me to go with someone else first?
No, I'm ready.
Okay, so planning and budget is Board Member Wong.
Okay, the Planning and Budget Committee met on Tuesday, October 6th at 5:15, and all members were present. And we had three main topics of discussion, two actually, and pretty much all of them are going to come up tonight in various fashions. We had the discussion about, it was presented for us for a budget, a purchase item, which was the Fruzen cafeteria furniture, which will be as part of the consent agenda. I think that between that and also the next one, which was the BMHSA kitchen freezer, both of those, and I think that we've seen this happen, that our money is being used, especially these are from Fund $50 in good ways, and we've been consistently updating our freezers and furniture and everything we can, and also repurposing things as well, because I know some of that furniture at the Fruzen cafeteria is going to be repurposed in other parts of the district. We also had the second presentation about the food truck presentation, which will come up again tonight. That's part of the consent agenda, and if more information is needed, then perhaps it can be pulled off of there. But they provided a more detailed explanation as far as how the food truck would be used, and that's in tonight's packet as well. The big item, which we're all going to be discussing not a little bit tonight and all tomorrow, was the preliminary budget. And Ms. Armstrong did a great job of just kind of outlining some basic things to begin with, but at that point we did not have the information from the state in regards to the equalization aid formula. So we'll have that information tonight. I won't steal her thunder. We close the meeting, and our next meeting will be November 3rd at 5:15, either virtual or here at Colac. That ends the meeting notes.
Thank you, Board Member Wong. Oversight and Finance, Board Member Levy, please.
So the Oversight and Finance Committee met on Thursday, October 13th at 5 p.m. The committee received an update on the Student and Family Technology Help Desk at the Beloit Public Library, which those services are continuing on Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Several administrators participated in a distance learning showcase, which we greatly appreciate. Just some items to highlight with respect to our participation rates that we're seeing across buildings. Gaston is seeing a participation rate ranging from 74 to 81%, Robinson 51 to 84%, McNeil 79 to 87%, and Beloit Memorial High School is seeing a range from 58 to 61%. And when I say participation rate, that includes students who are attending live sessions, as well as students who are watching the taped lessons and then submitting the work associated with that class. Some highlights that I really enjoyed is that we were able to view class schedules, classroom photos, and even Bitmoji classrooms. So those were fun to see. Our teachers being very creative and still including their personality and style even in distance learning. So that was very encouraging. Students and families are also being provided with hands-on materials, and the distribution of those materials seems to be going well at all buildings. At McNeil Intermediate School, I would just like to highlight that they are still hosting virtual Lancer Night and Spirit Week, so working to creatively keep our students engaged. And one important quote that stood out to me from Mrs. Hendricks Nora was that we cannot go back to traditional school as we know it. This is an opportunity to embed increased technology, distance online class offerings virtual conferences and meetings, additional PD time, staff collaboration, flexible scheduling, et cetera, into our school culture. So I was very pleased to see people taking best practices during those times and committing to moving forward and still have those integrated. Ms. LaPointe and Mrs. Armstrong presented the August financial report and the Fund 60 student activity groups, which will come up later in our agenda. Ms. Peltz presented the Spring 2021 Early College Credit Program and Start College Now application, which was prepared by Mrs. Angela Snow. Those offerings total $39,964. Mr. Vidras presented a request to participate in professional development that focuses on erasing the poverty achievement gap, and that will total $48,000. The Oversight and Finance Committee will meet again on Tuesday, November 10th, and the time is to be determined.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. Policy and Personnel, Board Member Jacobs.
Good evening, everyone. I have been going, Mr. President, by the previous month, and I hope that's all right to continue to do so that way, since we meet quite frequently.
Sure.
All righty. So September 8th, we had 3 policies that came up for our first reading: the vending and appliance use policy, the school opening/reopening during public health crisis, and Rule 1, school opening/reopening procedures. We also approved the September 8th employment recs to the full board. On September 22nd, 2020, we went over the previous first reading policies that I just mentioned with the revisions that we had made as a committee and moved the approval to the full board. And we also approved the September 22nd employment recs to the full board. We had a special policy and personnel meeting on September 29th where we approved an employment rec to the full board. And our next meeting date is set for Tuesday, November 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jacobs. The Governance Committee met just prior to the business meeting tonight. We discussed 3 things. The board calendar has been worked on for several months, and so that's finally at a place where somebody can pick it up and run with it. And it has detailed descriptions of what each agenda item is, as well as when reports are due to the board secretary to make sure that the agendas can be posted with all the information in a timely fashion. We also talked about the board member orientation survey, kind of highlighting the results, where areas of opportunity lie, and then also identifying some areas of board professional development that need to happen in the coming months, and reflecting on professional development that the board has already taken part in, and whether or not that was valued by board members. So we can put that into use as we plan going forward and plan for new board members coming on. And then the last agenda item was a discussion of kind of the committee and board meeting monthly schedule. Did we feel it was beneficial to continue not having board meetings on the second Tuesday of the month and allow the committee meetings to stretch out and dig into items and topics deeper. And the committee had some different ideas about what that would look like and what that would mean, and that will kind of come up again tonight as we talk about what our schedule for November is going to look like. So our next meeting will be determined. It'll be either the 3rd or the 4th Tuesday in November, depending upon what happens later on in the agenda tonight, and will be just prior to the business meeting. Next with the legislative update, Vice President Miller, please.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I'm going to try to share my screen real quick here. I don't really know how this works. Oh, it's giving me a countdown. Okay. So, all right. So I pulled information this evening from the WASB Legislative Update kind of website, as well as our state government website. I also have some local announcements. The in-person absentee voting will occur from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday, October 20th. It's been ongoing all the way until this Friday, October 30th, and from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at City Hall. So please don't forget to bring your photo IDs. That came from our City of Beloit website. There is a drop box for absentee ballots in front of City Hall. And the third point that's relevant because ballots have to be received now by November 3rd in order to be counted. So if you already have an absentee ballot, it's best at this point just to drop it off. So some state announcements, there were several, but I just pulled the two kind of big ones. You know that we have our budget meeting tomorrow. So DPI has announced the fall student count and revenue limit. I shared some highlights here that actually schools all across the state of Wisconsin have seen a 3% decline. So regardless of like distance learning plans or anything else, in comparison to last year, there's a decline of just 0.4%. So there's something going on in Wisconsin that we should probably take a look at some point. Wisconsin school districts received a $179 per member increase in revenue limits for this school year, and per member minimum for low revenue districts was increased to $10,000. The last point there is school districts with a decline will qualify for a non-recurring, like kind of a one-time only declining enrollment exemption, because as we know, it's a 3-year rolling average, and so there's a little cushion for schools with declining enrollment this year. All right. The next point from the state is that Wisconsin was selected to receive a $10 million federal grant, which is very exciting, with a focus on mental health resources. And it said that this is as a result, this is prior to COVID, because this would have been from a previous year, almost 60% of Wisconsin high school students reported experiencing mental health challenges in the most recent Youth Risk Behavior Survey. So there is a link here if you want to take a look at home. There's a nice little document if you click where it says full grant information, and it goes over all those details. And down here is just the same kind of stuff from before, because our state assembly is not meeting right now, but there is contact information for everybody. So everything else that was pending is still current. All right. Are there any questions that anybody has? All right. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Vice President Miller. We are now at the consent agenda. So included, yes.
Board President Larson, I'd like to extend a motion to extend the meeting on since we were at the 2-hour level.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to extend our meeting by 30 minutes. Are there any questions or discussions regarding the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. We've been approved for another 30 minutes. Thank you. So now we are at the consent agenda. So on the consent agenda, we have the Fruzen Cafeteria Furniture, the BMHS Kitchen Freezer RFP, the food truck, financial reports for August 2020, the 2020-2021 Fund 60 Student Activity Groups approval, the Spring 2021 Early College Credit Program, Start College Now applications, Career Academy Coach, the October 13th and 27th Employee Recommendations, Exhibit A, with the exception of the AP at Aldrich on the 27th Personnel Recs, as well as Exhibit B from October 13th. We have business meeting minutes. Is there anything a board member would like pulled off of the consent agenda? At C9, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Oh, I thought Megan was trying to get to her button. I'd like to have the food truck presentation pulled from the consent agenda, please.
Okay.
Thanks. I was trying to get to my button, and I just have a quick question, actually, if we could pull the Career Academy Coach piece as well. Just a really quick one.
Okay. All right. So the consent agenda will, now to clarify, have the Fruzen Cafeteria Furniture, BMHS Kitchen Freezer RFP, financial reports for August 2020, the 2020-2021 Fund 60 Student Activity Groups approval, Spring 2021 Early College Credit Program, Start College Now applications, The October 13th and 27th employee recommendations, Exhibit A, with the exception of the Aldrich Assistant Principal from the 27th, Exhibit A, and the October 13th, Exhibit B, and the business meeting minutes. Is there anything else, or is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda minus items C and G. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the consent agenda minus C and G, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the consent agenda is approved. And let's go ahead and jump to C, since that one is on top. So go ahead, Vice President Miller, if you have a question or,
And this is for the Career Academy coach?
oh, I'm sorry.
Item?
Let's go, food truck, was
Yeah,
that, I'm sorry,
No, it's okay.
was that board member?
Board Member Levy, did you want to start?
Yeah, let's go ahead with food truck.
Oh, sure, no problem. So I actually have a. Oh. Okay, so I will go through my kind of list of questions. Ask me if you need me to repeat anything, and we'll go from there. Okay, so the food truck presentation, I was kind of surprised when it was on a consent agenda because the discussion from planning and budget is that there are a lot of recommendations for when the presentation comes back to the full board. That aside, thank you for including, I did go through the attached information that was provided for this meeting that answered the questions of menu. It also answered the questions about longevity and carrying costs, so I appreciate that. A few other things that were requested in that October 6th meeting that I did not see addressed in that additional documentation. In that presentation, you stated that the capacity of meals was approximately 185. So my question was that the routes that were provided, which were helpful, does that accommodate or line up with your stated capacity in that meeting of 185 meals? So just to clarify that further, are there 185 or less students approximately on those routes that you proposed? My next question was that there was a request that fundraising examples be included in the presentation. And then also our access numbers, you handled that. Thank you very much. And then my other question was the business education department consulted? And if yes, I would be curious to hear what their feedback is. And even after reviewing the information, I still didn't see the question answered about how this would tie into student achievement. Let me know if you need me to repeat any of those.
Okay. We do have, this is also in one of your attachments, and we actually put together a little presentation that goes through all the questions, you know, that were asked last time that we were able to address. I did have, I don't know if you want to go through that. It's really up to you guys if you want to go through that or if you want to start with the questions so everyone's on the same page. I don't know.
I would think going through the questions that were asked and not, you know, the presentation was uploaded to Board Docs, so I wouldn't go through the presentation that was attached.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. So one of the questions was on routes. And for the food truck specifically, it's not going to be our perception of how we're planning to operate this. It's not necessarily going to move every day to multiple locations. It's really successful if you park it in one location with a high need in that area. So those were proposed locations, but would definitely be up for discussion. So I think that was one of the questions.
And just to elaborate a
So
little.
my question, oh, sorry, and specifically when I went back and listened to that meeting, I think Mr. Wong had asked a very valid question of, let's say you have 200 students and you have 150 meals, like what's going to happen to the others? And the response was, we're going to feed them. So thank you so much for including the routes, but if our capacity is outstripped by the route, what is the plan B?
So thank you for that question. So if I remember correctly, Chair Member Wong brought that up. The the example that we used out of Arizona that was feeding approximately 185 was just an example of what we'd be able to do. So I want to make sure that it's very clear that we do have the capability based on the truck to feed much more than 185. So I want to make sure that that's cleared. And if we ever get to a point where in the beginning we kind of reach that capacity, we have other options in terms of the high school and having food prepared. We would never run into an issue where we would completely run out of food and have to turn away any kids. We would always make sure we have additional prepared, whether that be in the food truck or whether that be at the high school or one of the local schools, ready and prepared to bring to the food truck.
So I think the context for this question was if the truck was doing the route that you listed. So the truck is operational, we are still in a COVID type situation, and the truck is being used to deliver food in the scenarios that you provided. So if the truck is out on the road, I don't understand how the additional capacity is built in.
So currently, right now, we're serving to the specific houses over 1,000 meals a day. I think when our proposal came out for the food trucks, it was to park them at specific locations where we found pockets of students where they lived so we can get more access. So if some of those students couldn't get to those schools or are not already on that hotline call to get daily meals, that would give them an additional opportunity. Now, that doesn't mean that they get to choose one or the other. They could absolutely be able to get to that location where the food truck is, and if they have the availability to get to a school and or they call the hotline to get delivered to them during this COVID environment, they'd be able to do that as well.
Did you want us to go to the next question, or did you still want to? I didn't.
Please.
Okay. I believe the next question was on fundraising examples, and that is something that we, in terms of, am I allowed to go? Oh no, it's on that one. Okay, can you go to the, keep going. Yep, one more. This one. So, yep, back one. Perfect. So this one, I just felt like this was important to announce again, but as a disclaimer, we wanted to remind everyone the intention and the primary use of these trucks must be to service child nutrition programs, which is the food service management portion of this, because the funds are coming directly from Fund 50. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that that's the primary purpose of these trucks, the primary goal. These are some other examples of how the trucks are being utilized outside of school breakfast and school lunch. So we had, in Camden, New Jersey, there was like concessions and fundraising. In Chandler, there was teacher appreciation or kind of administrative team meetings. And in Washoe, we have another truck there, and they're doing things like community health fairs. So the next slide goes to specifically other options outside of normal school breakfast and school lunch, ways that we could participate using the food truck. So I don't know if you want to talk to some of these.
Yeah, and a lot of these were discussed in prior presentations, but we wanted to take those examples from other locations and tie that into Beloit specific, into some of the special events that we'd be able to service here in the Beloit community. So a lot of these you've seen in prior presentations, whether that be in the budget and planning or here to the full board. But just for example, you can see on there the possibilities are limitless in terms of what we'd be able to do. And to echo Beth Ann's point in regards to the child nutrition program, understanding that because it is coming out of Fund 50, that is our main purpose. But outside of that, we honestly could use it for anything.
Okay. I believe another one of your questions was who else was in the discussion and if we've brought it to anyone else. And it's really been a team effort. We've been working closely with Ms. Smith and Ms. Armstrong on this project for, I would say, the last year and a half before bringing it to the board.
Oh, my specific question was anyone in the business education department, if their opinions have been solicited, and I'm curious to hear what their feedback was.
I don't think I would ask.
Kim Miller.
That's Kimberly Miller?
Okay, that's
Okay.
Kimberly. Okay. So yes, I have sat down in the last, I would say, 3 weeks and have spoken with Kimberly Miller to see how we could partner, whether that be with a catering club or organizations. Also, we sat down and discussed different organizations, opportunities, forming a committee to identify a group of organizations that might be interested in moving forward with this opportunity to partner with us in the food truck opportunity. Again, it was just a impromptu hour meeting where we could just discuss the options that were there for catering club students to get real world life experience in the food industry.
And that ties into this slide that we're presenting right now on student achievement, which I believe was your other question. All students can benefit from the proposed food trucks through participating in breakfast and lunch. Behavioral, emotional, mental health, academic problems are all more prevalent among children and adolescents struggling with hunger. I know that we've talked about this in previous presentations as well. As the dietitian, that's really the hat that I look at through this, or the lens, I should say, as I look at supporting student achievement. And, then we just specifically talked about, culinary students or, the catering club or DECA and other organizations that we've also looking to partner with to support student achievement.
I didn't want to cut you off. Was there anything else?
I don't believe so. No, when I think about the food truck, I do think that, as a purchase out of Fund 50, it really is a piece of equipment. So as we talk about things like supporting student achievement, we might not have that same conversation around, a cooler or cafeteria tables or something like that. So I think from this perspective, this is a really unique opportunity to spend the funds in a way where we can incorporate student groups, and it's not just about breakfast and lunch. Like I said, that's our primary goal. It has to be to use the Fund 50 balance, but there's some really unique ways that we can also partner with students and support student achievement in your mission.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. And I guess specifically what I am speaking to with a tie to student achievement is student access and participation in the food truck. For example, students, it's my understanding, I could be wrong, it is my understanding that students initially were heavily involved in the night spot and meal preparation, etc. And then for reasons that are unknown to me, that student participation dwindled and students felt like they were cut out. That's why I was very interested in if you had spoke with, DECA and FBLA, etc. Here is my situation. I just don't want to have a great thing that our students don't have access to. And I appreciate the dietitian lens. Everyone agrees that when you feed kids, they do better, but this truck is not the only way to feed kids. So that's why when I talked about student achievement, I was thinking more along the lines of the opportunity. Thank you so much for providing this additional information. The only thing that was brought up on the 6th that hasn't been addressed tonight is that on the 6th that you mentioned that you are currently serving, and this is pre-COVID, about 70% of students, so just under 5,000 students in the district. And then your metric for success was increased participation. So what does that new target look like? If you were currently at 70% pre-COVID and without the truck, post-COVID and with the truck, what is your target for measuring success with the increased participation?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think our goal is to try to feed as many students as possible. We talked about, how many students we can feed from the truck and that it's essentially limitless. We can provide food from anywhere, any of the locations. However, I would say that our goal is really to make the route most effective is to feed at least 100 students per stop. That's really the goal. And that would be on each truck, so about 1,000 extra meals per week. I don't know if you want to add to that at all, but that's essentially what our starting off goal is. And of course, once we reach that, we'll make a higher goal. But we really feel like in order for this to be effective, we'd want to reach as many students as possible, but with the goal of at least 100 per stop.
And I think that we can tie that a little bit into our current situation with how we're feeding during COVID at our schools. We initially started out with 5 days a week, and we were only feeding for 5 days. We saw a specific number of children that we were feeding. Since we've moved to 2 service days and with the USDA approving the weekend meals, we've significantly seen our numbers increase, giving the parents an opportunity to not have to make sure they're at the schools every single day. So they're able to get there only on Mondays and Thursdays, and they're able to pick up 3 and 4 day packs. We're able to have the hotline call where if kids or parents can't get to the schools, we can drop that off to them. So we've continued to implement new ways of getting food to these children. And from looking at the numbers, you can see on the slide in regards to the food service participation, the COVID remote learning, the average daily meals was 1,400 breakfast, 1,400 lunch. Those meals were, those numbers came from September. Now, as we're nearing the end of October, with all of the aforementioned things that I talked about, we're nearing almost 1,550 for each of them now. So we've seen an increase of over 300 meals, and that number continues to increase as we go.
Thank you so much. And my final question, I promise, is on the 6th, you said that your capacity from the truck was about 185 meals. But if I'm understanding you correctly, what you said is if the truck is making stops on the route, it would be 100 meals per stop. And then you mentioned 1,000 meals. So is it the 185 ballpark for a traveling truck, not a truck that's parked at a school where you could have backup from that stationary kitchen? So is it the 185 or is it the 1,000?
Yeah, the 1,000 is a weekly number. So our goal would be to start off with about 100. That's a good goal for us to start off with as a stop. The 185 was really when we talked about it, and I was getting kind of case studies from my other district managers in other parts of the country. They had said, on a really busy day, we're about 185. And that number just kind of stuck out in my mind as 185. Another district manager in Chandler, Arizona had said, well, on a good day, we serve, 200. And so I think it's, somewhere between 185 and 200 is what I've seen for capacity and kind of seen as that would be great for us to get there. However, we're, this is new in this community, so we're starting off with a goal of 100, and if we see a site that's less than 100, we might propose to do a different stop and maybe try to target a different group of students or a different park or wherever we want to park it. But the 1,000 was a weekly number for a goal. I kind of talked in a circle there, but I think I came back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Anderson.
All right, I do have a couple of questions for you guys, and a couple of them already have been answered, so don't worry about that. So the biggest thing we were talking about having student organizations being able to use it. Along with those student organizations, we have teachers that are associated with them. Mm-hmm. So what would be expected of those teachers that are going to be taking part in this?
So I think first what's the most important in terms of the teachers is that with the organization that they're present, with the club and supervising their staff. Obviously, having the license under Aramark, an Aramark employee is there to monitor the truck and make sure everything's running efficiently and the equipment's being used as it's intended for. But in terms of the teacher and or the liaison of that student group, the expectation would be that they were there and supervising their organization.
Just as, I guess it would relate to the same as if they were to use a kitchen space inside a school. Like if there was a club of basketball club or a basketball tournament or something and they needed to use the space, it would be the same expectations, no different. That someone, either themselves or another representative, would be in attendance with the Aramark personnel so that the Aramark personnel is not supervising the students from that respect. Yep.
And then for talking about the students using it, so what's going to be expected of the students and what are you guys going to allow them and not allow them to do?
Sure.
Well, I think first and foremost, I would expect them to treat the food truck the same way that they would treat any other piece of school property in terms of taking care of it. Obviously, they'll be getting training through the Aramark liaison that's there and helping them and training them and everything that they need to do. So from a start to finish in terms of the cleaning of the truck, inspecting, making sure that they're doing everything that they're supposed to do, I think would be important.
All right. So my next question is, if we have a kind of a spot that we're planning on putting it or an event, what would happen if we don't have a Airmark employee that can actually cover that event?
Sure. So I can take that one. I think these opportunities to support with an Airmark personnel, we do pay a premium for them to and it's a 2-hour minimum. So they're incentivized by the additional wage that they would get for kind of working off their schedule. So typically what we do is if it's at an elementary school, that elementary lead would kind of be offered the position first, the extra hours and the extra income, because they're typically in good standing, they're the manager or the lead at the site, so we'd offer it to them first, and then any other additional employees at that school if the lead didn't want it. I have worked in Aramark in K-12 for 8 years, and we do this at a lot of places, and I've honestly never seen where there isn't someone who's willing to help out, especially in, certain situations where the pay is incentivized. So we try to make it so that it's as seamless as possible so we can, be a good partner and provide that staff for you.
All right, and then my last question, promise. Or actually, it kind of answered this next one. Actually, I do have two. So the next one is, so who's going to be covering the actual employee costs? Because I've kind of heard one side, and I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. Like, who's going to be actually paying for it, and how is it going to be done? Like for the the Airmark employee that will be on the food truck.
So it would be covered by the club or organization that, they would have to pay a $25 fee per hour with a minimum of 2 hours. Do you want to? Yeah.
Just to clarify that, I want to make sure we're talking about the same concept. For the fundraising and opportunities, those would come out of the money that is made from that profit. So a perfect example is if a fundraiser made $400 at the event, and the food cost to replace in the truck the food that was sold was $100, and the worker worked for 2 hours. At that 2-hour minimum, it's $25 per hour. So you would take out the $100 to replace the food and the $50 that would cover that Airmark worker, and the group, the organization, gets the rest of that profit. Nobody else touches that profit. But if you're talking about who's paying for the Airmark worker during the National School Lunch Program, while we have it at a school serving those lunches, all of Airmark services come out of Fund 50 for those type of our daily nutrition program. So it is a different answer. I didn't mean to butt in, but I wanted to make sure we were hitting it on both spots of who's paying for what.
All right, cool. Yeah, the main part was just if you had a fundraiser, because, we want to raise money for our students and their clubs. So.
Yep. Absolutely.
So the last one is, so who's going to be taking the liability of the food truck? So, driving it to and from a location, and then also, what if we have a family that says they got some food that made them sick, in that kind of scenario?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic question. So in terms of the...
I think we'll have to research that answer and get back to you, because I don't have that answer at my fingertips, and I don't want to give you the wrong answer. I'd have to look at what our insurance covers versus the district. But it is
as far as the liability for driving the truck is insured by the school district.
Right.
So we would be covering the truck for any type of liability in an accident or possession. As far as it's operating and its food sanitation, there is the Airmark insurance side and the district side. It would be covered. I can't give you that specific on who covers what portion at this point, but it would be very similar to having somebody.
So everyone can hear. Yeah. She's coming to the podium to answer the question.
I'm sorry. speak up as I always tend to do. What I was saying is that as far as driving the truck back and forth, that it would be covered, of course, under the district's insurance for any of the vehicles that we have moving around. As far as the food, we're uncomfortable saying right at this second who's liable for each part, but Aramark's licensure for safety and food service covers some portions of that. The district liability would cover some as well. I don't know what that division is at this moment, but it is going to be the same liability that we have almost in our cafeterias, where it is under the Aramark license for the food service, but it also has a liability under the district as it is our operation. So it would be covered in the same manner, but I don't want to say I have that exact breakout of who per se is liable in every situation.
All right, thank you. Board Member Wong.
Thank you so much for the additional information this evening, and I know there's some additional questions that came up. And through this whole process, I think it's become very evident. Obviously, it's a dream or an idea that was formed probably a while back. And obviously this year there's additional funds available through Fund 50. We are fortunate in being the district that we are. We have these types of opportunities where other districts would probably, they're drooling over this saying, wow, how can you do this? The rules support it. I think that this is what you've given us and as I've heard this talked about for the last month and a half, this is an extremely fluid situation, and I think that we have to be careful of trying to put it all into one box and saying this is the way it's going to be. You've mentioned a number of things regarding routes, regarding the type of food, who's going to be using it, who's going to be responsible, and I think that a lot of things, liability is a very good question that Board Member Anderson brought up, and I think likewise it's like, okay, well, if a kid got a bad tater tot at Converse, obviously there's going to be some liability there as well. But I think that, it's good to hear this. I'm glad to hear that it's been vetted well. I think that we all have to realize that this is a very fluid situation and that as it comes in, and my hope is that it's not an excitement. I think one of the comments that I saw earlier was it doesn't turn into like the night spot where it's really grand and it's wonderful and then suddenly it just kind of dies off and dwindles after a period of time. My hope would be this would be something over a number of years, meaning 5, 10, 15 years that we can continue to build on this, and it becomes a source of excitement for the district, and as well as fundraising for many groups. And we utilize this, but I would hope that somebody would take the reins of that as a committee and develop that committee and grow it out. So that, and likewise, I think the expectation would be from the board is that if we go down this road, that there's reports given on a routine basis telling us exactly what is going on with that. Because I think that would be something that everybody would be very interested in. And I think it could create a source of excitement to say, wow, we made the right decision. And we use this money, we use taxpayers' money or the money that we had from Fund 50 in the proper manner. So I would include that as a request. But I guess those are all the comments I have for now. Thank you once again for your additional information.
All right, thank you. Vice President Miller.
Hi, two things. Is it time for our motion?
Yes, please.
Great. I move that we extend our meeting time by half an hour to finish board business.
Is there a second?
Second.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to extend another 30 minutes. Any questions or discussion? See none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We've been extended for 30 more minutes. All right, go ahead, Vice President. Was that your question, or do you have more to talk about the food truck?
It was initially, but I want to build off something that Board Member Wong just shared, which I really appreciate. This whole time, my initial questions in committee had a lot to do with dealing with student hunger and nutrition issues, and I'm grateful for the amount of hours and work and kind of deliberation that all of you have put into these presentations. It's been really helpful, and I think it's helped to bring this up as an issue. And so listening to Board Member Wong, I would like to sort of piggyback on that and just talk about how not only does this, as you pointed out, have the potential to be a great support for student achievement, I think it's also through board reporting and kind of if there's a committee formed or whatever, could be a great mechanism to draw more attention in our community to what more we can be doing as a district and with community partnerships to address child hunger and food insecurity and how that is such a detriment to academic achievement. Because while a lot of folks, want to separate the two, we know that unhealthy or undernourished children are among those who are struggling academically and that there's causation there. And so I feel like I would hope that, again, just to piggyback on Board Member Wong's comments, I hope that we could really illustrate that relationship and talk about how, as a district, it's kind of our responsibility to address food insecurity for our students, both for just their general well-being, but of course for their academic success as well. And hopefully that'll start some conversations and spiral into additional partnerships. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, are there any questions, comments, or a motion?
I'd like to motion or move approval of the purchase of 2 food trucks in the amount of $410,000 from Fund 50.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion, a second, to purchase 2 food trucks in the amount of $410,000 from Fund 50. Any other questions or discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, I'm wondering if it would be agreeable. We do have Mr. Mark Perry on the line, and then we also do need to talk with Dr. Dan Nered. So I'm wondering if we could take care of those agenda items first, and then kind of push any other business that we have to the end so we don't have people waiting for us. Is that okay?
Works.
All right. So I'm going to text Dan right now and let him know to hop on. And then, but we'll go down to the implicit bias training for the Board of Education. Yeah. So this was requested. I can't text and talk at the same time. Oh my gosh. There you go. And so Mr. Mark Perry seemed like the logical choice, being a part of our community. And so we reached out, and he originally offered 3 dates: the second Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of December. However, the second Tuesday with holidays, I didn't want to interfere with the second Tuesday because of committee meetings, et cetera, because Christmas week is the 4th week. Then also Thursday is the first day of Hanukkah, so it really kind of left us with that Wednesday as the only viable solution. So we kind of picked that day. The training would be $1,000 for 2.5 hours, and we would, we're kind of targeting like a 5:30 start time that evening.
Board President Larson, should I be here for the conversation? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Are there, Mr. Perry, is there anything you want to add? Or any questions?
Sure. So the training on implicit bias really focuses on, it's a workshop around self-awareness. As we talk about bias, as we talk about discrimination, it's critically important that people are self-aware of their biases and how those biases negatively impact the way that they interact with other people and the way that they see other people. Implicit bias, those dynamics, that's that bias that exists, bias that we've learned our entire lives, bias that we started exhibiting sometimes as early as 3 years of age that lingers with us, but we may not always be conscious of. But it definitely impacts the way that we interact with people. So the goal of the workshop is to help you bring individuals bring forth what those biases are and understand the origin of that bias and the why behind that bias so that we can better combat it. Oops.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any any questions about the workshop. I do want to add too that when we were exploring the option, it was recommended that this would not be broadcast, that it will be noticed like a meeting, but due to the personal nature and the self-expiration, that's not something we would do on camera visibly if you really want honest reflection and dialogue to happen. So I wanted to throw that out there for board members too, just knowing that it would be posted just like a normal meeting or a workshop, but it wouldn't be on YouTube. Are there any questions, thoughts, or a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member
I have
Levy.
a question too.
Thank you. It's like you read my mind. So my question or my recommendation was going to be that we have a closed session portion of the training so that we can debrief on how implicit bias may have played a role in our decision making for selecting an interim superintendent. I don't think that the entire thing should be out of the purview of the public. Mark, I defer to your professional opinion. Is there a way to segment? Because I think the public has a right to understand the things that we are discussing and working through. And then if we could have a closed session portion of the training, I think that would be helpful and speak to some of the concerns you just listed.
Yeah, I mean, it really boils down to is the comfort level of all of you in terms of how much you want, whether or not you feel comfortable, whether or not you feel safe in that space, having frank and honest discussion around racial and cultural bias. I mean, if that's a conversation that you feel comfortable having in front of, on camera or in front of people, I have no issue facilitating. It was just whether or not, because it is a very personal conversation at times, and it does require a level of vulnerability, whether or not people would feel fully safe in that space to have that conversation. It is going to be uncomfortable, but we want it to be as safe as possible so people are as open and honest as possible.
So is it possible to segment it so I'm fine with all of it being transparent. Yeah. I am sensitive to other board members that may feel differently, because I think the public has a right to know what our views are on these topics and how we process this information. Is it possible to have a medium experience? So the first half, it's all inclusive, the cameras are on, and maybe the second half, we delve into some of the more personal things, or is it one or the other?
So the first part of the workshop is really kind of an introduction. It's a definition of terms. It's more generalized, so there would be a way to potentially do so. But again, even in the course of that, you never know what information is going to trigger someone. So to put someone in that circumstance where something that seemingly we may think is less significant may be incredibly significant for someone else. So that's really my only caution. I mean, it is designed that it starts out and moves. I mean, we get more in depth as the session moves on, but again, it could be something in the definition of terms that triggers somebody significantly. Could be something in as relaying the ground rules that triggers somebody significantly. Could be something in one of the initial activities that does. So I want to give people, well, of course, I want to respect the public's purview and right to know. I also want to respect your individual rights to have that private moment to be as vulnerable as possible. This doesn't work unless people feel safe in the space and feel like they can be completely honest in the space with themselves and with each other.
Thank you. And I want to jump in really quickly. I know other people have questions, but there is not an exemption that we could use to go into closed session after this. So there's no exemption in 185 that we could, 19.85 that we could cite to go into closed session for this. So how are we able to have it privately? Is that even an option? We post it. The doors are unlocked, and people could come here if they wanted to. It just wouldn't be televised.
But is it not putting it, and this is my last thing, is it not putting it on YouTube, ostensibly excluding people from participating or viewing?
It could be a legal opinion, but I think, hopefully people wanting to respect the work that's supposed to be done and the growth that's supposed to happen during this workshop and this time, that they're welcome to come to COLAC and see it happen and be in the room if they want to watch. But it's also not something that I think should be put on YouTube, which could then be recorded and then passed around on the internet later. I mean, if you are really honest about wanting growth and self-reflection and people speaking how they really feel their truth, then you can't do that in a way that compromises the safety and the security of the room. Now, I would say, whatever the group wants is what the group wants. And so if the group says they're going to televise it that way, then that's okay. But that's something that I think, in disagreement that, or the different views that are coming out, that's something that maybe should be made in the motion as to what we're going to do as far as broadcasting on YouTube, rather than posting as a meeting and having the doors unlocked at COLAC.
So the thing I will say is that it will not impact my facilitation. What this is about, your ability to engage and interact in your comfort level, but regardless, it will not impact the way that I facilitate.
Thank you. Now it looks like I missed Board Member Jacobs. I'm sorry, I was trying to do two things at once, and I can't chew gum and walk at the same time.
Okay, that's not thank you, but I'll wait till after stuff.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Board Member Miller. It's no problem, Mr. President. I have two things to say. I'm not available on that date. I have three things to say, actually. I have had the pleasure of having Mr. Perry's training in the past. The third thing, I feel very strongly, even though I can't attend, that this can become very sensitive. And if people truly have unconscious biases, which we do, I think this should be private. I think if this is open to the world for everyone to see, I think the whole purpose is going to be defeated. That's my opinion.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, but I was in there too.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I jump in?
Yep, go ahead.
I apologize. I feel a little out of line. My original question was, I've also had a chance to participate in a training, and it was outstanding. And one of the points that was made in the training is that while the initial training was wonderful and transformative, it's really essential to have these be ongoing. And I understand that our school district participates in this, and I want to kind of put it out to the board. I'm curious and I understand that this was brought up in the context just for the superintendent search, but since we are a school board representing, a diverse community, is this something that we want to consider maybe on an ongoing basis? And so my question would be to Mr. Perry about how periodically would you recommend a group like ours participate in something like this if that's the route that the board chooses to go?
So, in my mind, this is I participate in this in the community on a monthly basis with my own organization on a monthly basis. It's important that the dialogues are regular and consistent, whether they're facilitated or not. In terms of training and education, there's layers. There's kind of 4 levels to the work that I do. So over the course of a year, if we're working together, that, whether that would be a quarterly circumstance. But, what we're doing the first time around is kind of a 101/201, but it's deep enough that it's going to trigger some feeling for people.
I really appreciate that. I know that's not on the agenda for tonight, but thank you for answering that question because I think it's something that in the future our board needs to take under consideration. My second kind of question / point, I guess, would be that I don't think, but again, really what I'm trying to say is I think we need to get a legal opinion. I want to respect everybody who wants the privacy piece here, but I think part of I'll repeat the wise words that someone said to me even earlier today, that, part of growth is being comfortable, being uncomfortable. And so I don't feel like I think we need to be open to the opportunity of having this broadcast, partially for that reason, but more so for the reason that I'm pretty sure legally we have to, under COVID, post everything on YouTube or have some kind of recorded version of open meetings. So if we could get a legal opinion before we make a formal decision on whether or not things will be broadcasted, I would be more comfortable, and I don't think that would stop us from being able to vote on this today, but that's just my opinion. All right, thanks.
And Vice President Miller, to go back to your point, the contract does include additional consulting. It specifically cites this workshop and a dollar amount for this, but then it does also have a clause in there for like $150 per hour for additional work beyond this. So if we approve the contract, we do have, we wouldn't have to bring it back. We could just schedule. We wouldn't have to bring it back for approval in the future. It would be already approved in this contract. And I can certainly get a legal opinion from Rob.
Thank you so much.
Now the other snafu. Is there anyone else waiting? I feel like I'm all off track. I'm sorry, Board Member Wong.
Yeah, I'm going to echo some of the comments that were made as well, but I think the legal opinion is critical, and quite honestly, even before we would approve this, because if we vote this in and then we're going to do this, I guess my concern is if we're going to open this up to the world to do this and we want personal development, but yet there's people that are going to be uncomfortable with that. I don't know if is that a road we want to go down. If we want true development of our board, my concern would be, these days anything can be taken out of context, and it often is. And if we're going to be in vulnerable situations, as we've said, and I understand what Board Member Miller said about sometimes we have to be uncomfortable, but I don't know. I think that, in these types of situations, I think we need to be careful. And I personally would like to get a legal opinion before we move forward on this.
Okay. Board Member Wong. So now are we at Board Member Levy?
Thank you. I just think it's important that if we are going to do this work, which I definitely hope that we do, that everyone needs to be present. And I know that's kind of challenging with the scheduling of 7 people, but I think it's important enough that we need to do this when everyone on the board is available so that we have the same experience, the same information as we move forward as a board making decisions.
So would Tuesday night work for everyone? I mean, are we able to kind of like piecemeal together a committee schedule, or kind of go into November, with that kind of target is either like not having any meetings that night or very light agendas that night? I mean, is that enough notice? Because I certainly don't want to have hours of committee meetings and then sit through this, which needs your attention and energy for reflection.
I would recommend no committee meetings, and that this work is our focus.
Could we also set up some kind of doodle too? We've used them in the past, and it seems like it's very effective to help coordinate with everyone.
Well, and the three nights that were available were that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of that week, and so then the committee meetings kind of throughout Tuesday, and then Hanukkah begins on Thursday. And so that kind of throughout that night too. So that kind of left us with Wednesday, but we do have, if Tuesday is agreeable and we don't have committee meetings, then we can do Tuesday as long as everyone's available.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Could you give me the date on that Tuesday? Is that the?
I believe it's the.
Oh no. The 3rd?
December.
Oh.
It'd be the 2nd Tuesday. So it would be December 8th.
Okay, so December 8th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Kyle, I have a question or
Yes.
a comment again.
Yeah.
Again, I feel very strongly to the point, and I'll wait for the legal opinion, but I feel, and as a former principal, I would never ask my staff to go through something like this and expect them to have it on YouTube. And I understand we're elected officials, but I also feel strongly that this is personal, that, as Mark said, that it can trigger things. And if we really want to do the work, then it needs to be private. And I will also go so far as to say I am not willing to do it if it's going to be public.
Well, from hearing the discussion, I absolutely agree with the comments that have most recently been made in terms of this has to be a priority. You will be emotionally drained going through the experience. I know, and having also gone through Mr. Perry's implicit bias training with the administrators, this will emotionally and mentally drain you if you've not done it before. The expectation as board members, and I think the context of COVID and reaching out to Rob for the legal opinion, you're weighing the conversation of having this posted but not televised. It still does not limit people from wanting to travel down here and be a part of the listening to the conversation. So if this is a priority, I don't think there's a legal way around not having it open. It's to the degree of openness that the board wants to exercise.
Yeah, I agree with that. It would have to be noticed, and the doors would have to be open, and the building would have to be unlocked. But so now we're at a point where it sounds like there's disinterest in participating if it would be public. So it sounds, is there a motion to either move forward? Is there a motion to table it until we probably have to have a meeting in November then in order to get everything finalized and approved for it to happen on that second Tuesday of December? So is there a motion one way or another?
I move that we postpone the decision until our next business board meeting so that we can have an opportunity to get the legal opinion. But I would not like to see this tabled. And if someone wants to opt out, they just need to publicly state that.
Can we change that and not say the business meeting, because that only happens on the fourth Tuesday? If this comes back, we'll have a meeting on the second Tuesday of November so we can make sure we have everything set. You know, because the business meeting happens on the fourth Tuesday, so that would it would come back the fourth Tuesday in November.
Oh, I just included that because we hadn't made the decision to eliminate the second Tuesday meeting yet.
No, and that's
So
regular.
I'll just say our next business meeting.
Which would be the fourth Tuesday of November. It's a regular business meeting on Tuesday. It's crazy, but I wanted to clarify that it would come on the second Tuesday.
Perfect.
Okay.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to postpone until the next board meeting, which would be the second Tuesday of November. Board Member Jacobs.
Okay, so then at that point, they'll have a legal opinion,
Yep.
correct?
Yep, absolutely.
And then, okay, and then at that point, once the legal opinion's in, okay, then decisions will be made then, and the training will be made, or will be on the second December Tuesday?
It's the second Tuesday.
December, right?
The 8th,
Second?
yep.
The 8th, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or discussions regarding that motion? Okay. See none, all in favor of postponing until this decision until the second Tuesday of November, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So we will take this up again in the second Tuesday of November. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for being here with us tonight and waiting and explaining the workshop to us all. We very much appreciate it. Okay. So now we have Dr. Dan Nerad. So Dr. Keyser is going to step out as we can talk about.
May I make a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes, please.
So sorry about that. Yeah, I move that we extend our meeting by 30 minutes.
All right, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to extend our meeting for another 30 minutes. Any questions or discussion regarding our extension? All right. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Okay, so this is going to bring us down to 8G, if anyone is following along at home. The first superintendent search item is, I have to get to the right section. No, I'm sorry, it's 8G, right? The superintendent search brochure. But that's not how it is on board docs. Uh-oh.
It's H.
Oh, it's C. It's not nice to play with me like this. What's happening? Okay, no, I'm telling you the printed, I bet the paper copy in front of me is G, I swear. Okay, it is. So the first item is the superintendent search brochure. And so what we have to decide with this tonight is, does the board want to approve the brochure? So Dan and WASB will use the feedback from the community survey, as well as the focus groups to create the brochure, which then would be attached to the posting. And Dan said that it goes the other way, where some boards just let WASB create it and use it, but otherwise other boards want to approve it. And so this is a decision I just need to know so that as we're looking at coming meetings, we can get slotted. Are there thoughts? Okay. Dan, did I explain that correctly?
You did. The one thing I would additionally add is, regardless of whether or not there's formal approval or not, my intention is to present you a draft of that brochure. And so, I mean, you'll see it, and you can certainly provide feedback. But again, it comes down to whether or not you want to approve that or not.
Okay. Board Member Levy?
Oh, my only point was, I think we should see it. I think the more eyes looking at it, the better. And phrasing, I mean, I know that we are reaching out to a diverse population, so I would just like to make sure that a diverse population is reviewing it to make sure, like, phrasing and things that might not catch everyone's eye are accounted for. But as long as feedback is going to be solicited, we don't have to do a formal approval process.
Other board members have thoughts, or are we in agreement with Board Member Levy's perspective? Thumbs up, nods, vocal acclamation. Okay, so we will slot the brochure to come back for a board look over. So then that brings us to the superintendent vacancy postings. So this was, I felt like I was writing a book for this board report. And because we wanted the posting to be listed with diverse organizations across the nation, Dan had provided a cost. And so this is an estimate cost. I took the most expensive. 60 days would get us through the posting period. So the posting would not just be for the position. It's kind of a combination of that notice that Dan had spoken about before, saying that this position is available. And then the window to apply will be from this time to this time. So this could go out this week, even though the position isn't open to apply for until November. But it says it's open. This is the window to apply. Gives everybody the heads up to get their materials in order and start thinking about that. So the cost of for all of this is just over $3,000. But that would take us, it would get us in all these organizations for that 60-day window, which is what which is what we need. And some of them, it was I just took the 30-day and doubled it to get the 60-day, and oftentimes it's a little bit less expensive if you do 60 days. But I broke it down. So this is in addition to the contract with WASB, and so we do get invoiced. So we do need to make this decision now and then approve this expense, if this is what the board wants to do. Are there any questions, comments, or a motion?
I move to approve the posting of the superintendent position with Education Week's top online school jobs, the American Association of School Administrators, the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, and the National Alliance of Black School Educator Career Center for the amount of not to exceed $3,069.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to post in with these organizations with a do not exceed amount of $3,069. Any other questions or discussion? See none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. The next item is the community survey. So we attached the community survey. So it is in English and Spanish. So what's kind of exciting about this is that we've worked, this has been kind of a nerdy week and a half or so, but we're creating a press release which will go out letting the community know that there is a community survey so they can come to our website and fill it out, but then there will also be paper copies. So the best way to distribute those, we thought, would be to put them in the grab-and-go meals. And also paper copies would be available here at COLAC, so people could come here and fill them out and leave them here. When we were looking over the community survey, it felt as though diversity and equity inclusion was not strongly represented in the survey, and so Dan and I were able to add it in some areas, but it still could maybe use some questions specifically to it. So we added, we added some descriptors to some of the options on the questions. But I was wondering if there were anyone had a suggestion for questions that could be added. Vice President Miller.
Yeah, I had a couple of thoughts. So I looked this over a few times. And I see how things are kind of interwoven. I still feel like there is sort of like a lack of awareness of diverse issues in our community on here. I almost wonder if we need like a whole category for that, and I can give you some specifics in a moment. But before I do, I'm also concerned about listing changing student demographics under challenges selection, and the fact that we don't have anything. I know we have students on there, but we don't have anything about like strengthened by diversity of our students or staff or community in the district strengths that I noticed. So I apologize if I overlooked something, particularly because that's like our thing, like strengthened by diversity. So if we could address like those two specific issues first, I would appreciate that. But I'm honestly curious to hear from other board members. I feel like there's a lot that was overlooked for just like addressing how we can, I guess I'm talking too much, so I'm just going to stop with those two questions and I'll finish my thoughts in a moment. Okay, so like my two specific questions on Mr. Narrator, just if we could just remove changing student demographics from challenges and maybe represent something about student and like community diversity into strengths.
Dan, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can comment on it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, first of all, I should ask, I don't understand the last point you made. About yeah. Where would that strength piece go?
So you have a strengths here. And I apologize. My camera switched off and I switched the screen. So I'm
sure. No, I understand.
Switch over here real quick, but and I just scrolled past it. So just jumping back down, I think it's section 5. So strengths of the district, you've got selected top 6 strengths of the district, ranked them 1 to 6. And
Sure.
I see, I'm just going to do a quick double check. I mean, you've got stuff about rural, small town atmosphere. I mean, it gets quite specific. There is something that says students, but there's nothing on here that really addresses, I mean, like one of our kind of district mantras is strengthened by diversity, and I was just really surprised to not see that in the strengths. And then it feels counterintuitive, likewise, then to have the changing student demographics listed under the subsequent section that talks about challenges.
Well, I think I can I do understand fully what you're saying. My advice to you would be to do both, because as I shared with Monica in that concern being raised, there are challenges with diversity, and again, and there's not a single group that I'm referring to when I say that. The school district faces increases in homeless children. There are challenges for those children and challenges in terms of having adequate resources to ensure that they get educated well. When there are increasing numbers of second language learners, there are challenges that the school districts face with that. So, my advice would be let's strengthen it by putting something into that number 5.
So I have no idea of specifically pointing out challenges related to homelessness or poverty. I'm still really uncomfortable with some of the things that we just talked. I mean, so like having students who speak multiple languages is, like, for example, specifically enhance the education of both of my kids who are currently in the DLI program. I mean, I feel like that's not necessarily, like, by nature a challenge. So I guess I'm pretty uncomfortable with the phrasing there, but I see what you're getting at, and I think that's a wonderful idea to, like, kind of specifically call out, like, okay, like, here are, I mean, there's no shortage of documentation in, like, city planning and our NERSA grants and things that relate directly to, issues of housing, right? Like students who are housing insecure, students who are food insecure. We could just maybe use an umbrella term of poverty. I think that's a great idea. And I feel like we should definitely, like, have language that reflects those specific issues, because if that's really what we're getting at, why wouldn't we just say it, right? And I appreciate your being open to including then kind of like, I think there are a lot of, anecdotally, I mean, people have shared with me that they appreciate the diversity of the school district. And I think in our superintendent search, it's critical to have, to see where that lies in the strength as we're building kind of this profile.
I think that makes good sense. I mean, I don't have the exact words tonight, but I mean, we could use the words that you referenced in framing that up, frankly.
Well, I mean, I think, like, just adding under that, not the challenges, but what was the, now I'm losing what it was. Let me just jump back real quick. So it's not the, strengths. Sorry, I'm getting a little confusing myself now.
That's okay.
So maybe under the strengths category, maybe just putting, we could just put the word diversity, or we could be specific about student diversity or community diversity, or we could say, like, student and community diversity. And I think that actually, as I'm, and this is actually one of the things I wanted to get at too in this community survey, is I'm not sure that I noticed, and again, I made some notes. I apologize if I'm overlooking anything. If we could maybe address, like, staff diversity as an issue that's important, because I know that's been something that's come up with our short-term goals. It's been an issue that's been raised multiple, the last couple of years that I've been on the school board, it's been a hot topic. So, I mean, maybe just finding some space for that in the community survey would be awesome. So those were, I guess, those were my kind of big ones.
I mean, if it's acceptable to the full board, I see no problem with what you're doing. I mean, what you're suggesting. I want to think a little bit about the challenges phrasing, because I think what we were trying to do is to capture a full range of differences, using that term. But I do understand the concern that you present relative to that issue, and I think we can find a way to address that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's hard for, I guess it's hard for me to digest that we would at all even open a dialogue that discusses like a diverse nature of a student population as a challenge. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't meant, and I want to be very clear about that, and just as you're learning as an organization, so are we learning in terms of the right ways to frame these kind of issues. And there's a lot of sensitivity to words, and there clearly is, and I do understand that. At the same time, you want to be able to have a leader in the end that understands these dynamics and can face them in a way that will be helpful and constructive. And so, and it doesn't always come on the positive side. It comes a lot through the growth on the negative side. You can learn from a lot of very difficult situations. So I do understand your point, and we can accommodate that.
Well, and I guess just as I'm reacting to the last comment that you made, I mean, I wonder if then if we address that by just adding into strength being culturally responsive. Because, I mean, so like, we have a very small number, like my kids are probably in a very small number of Jewish students in the district, and I don't see how that would be like something to navigate. I mean, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of that being a challenge. It should be something like, let's draw strength from someone's cultural responsiveness, or like appreciation for diversity. So I totally get what you're saying, that, of course, there are challenges that come with everything in education, right? You want to hire somebody who can navigate those challenges. I think that if we take a more assets-based approach to our questioning, I think we're going to get maybe more to creating positive change and finding, or identifying skills that exist in people that we can build off of. And I'm more comfortable with kind of that framework.
Do understand that, but at the same time, one final comment. Well, the two comments. One is what you've shared can be addressed, but the other comment is that, well, I don't think all stakeholders in a community necessarily feel that how a school district is facing these issues is from a positive point of view, positive, frame of mind. You want to frame it that way, and we should frame it that way. But a lot of it is as from a deficit point of view, in terms of people that have been disaffected. And so we want to make sure that we're not also framing this up in a way that is only perceived as you're doing things always in the way that they should be done when other people perceive it differently. But again, I'll leave it with we can accommodate that.
So board members, before I know I see a couple of people with comments, but I kind of want to address this. So Dan knows what to do with this. So are we agreeable with the changes that Megan suggested? Okay, I see head nodding. Okay. All right. Then Vice President Miller, are you done?
Yeah, no, that's very satisfactory. Thank you very much.
All right.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but quite honestly, this has been 3.5 hours, guys, almost. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm tired, and I'm having a hard time following, and this is really important stuff. And I would wager a guess that we probably don't have anybody listening at this time of the evening, and I know we want to be transparent, and I don't think we're being friendly to the community when we go this late. Is there any way that we can stop for the evening and start this fresh at our next meeting?
These superintendent decisions have to be made tonight in order to proceed with the focus groups, the community survey, and everything, which would blow out our timeline if we waited even 2 weeks to continue.
Okay. Then I think we should continue. However, in the future, I feel very, very, very strongly these meetings are going too late. And we have to do something to stop this, because this is not good for the community to listen and to tune in. And frankly, it's not good for any of us to be up this late when even me being retired, I do have things I do during the day. And this is just, I worry about us making the best decisions that we should for our district by going this late. That being said, let's get this done and get to bed. Thank you.
There are multiple factors, and when my alarm goes off at 4 a.m., I feel also. So if we, so then Board Member Jacobs, was that your Was that your comment?
That's my comment. Let's finish up the superintendent stuff tonight, and then let's please be done for the evening.
That's up to the rest of the board. If they want to postpone everything else on here, we can get there when we get there. Board Member Levy.
Thank you. So Board Member Miller, thank you. I agree with everything you just said. As a Black woman, when I see changing student demographics, my mind goes to the browning of America, and that we have a problem with our country becoming more Black and more brown. That's where my mind goes to. I'm sure a lot of people who are members of the global majority go to similar places. So just so we're clear, are we eliminating changing student demographics from the challenge column and putting that in the strengths column, and maybe addressing some of Dan's very valid points of like increase in homelessness, et cetera? Those specific concerns would go in challenges. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page with that.
Is that what we have, Dan?
My notes say remove from challenges, put into strengths. In the strengths area, identify as student and community diversity. And then there was a comment, although it was just in my exchange with Board Member Miller, it wasn't reflecting the full board, about changing, if we're going to have, you're going to have something in challenges, to changing it to more those specific groups, or identifying. I mean, my advice on there is you're not going to list all the groups. You're going to pick maybe a poverty category or something like that, or one or two, but frame it up around those specific challenges is what I thought I heard.
Perfect. I'm totally in line on that. Board Member Miller, just to speak to your previous point, under number 3, there is the ability to recruit, manage, and develop a high quality and diverse staff. So I felt really great about that. My offer of a change, let me find it, under personal characteristics, the last one is people oriented. And I think everybody's on the same page. Like, we want a nice person. We want someone who plays well with others. If we could change that to reflect more specifically what we're looking for that's not already listed, and my recommendation would be someone that is culturally competent. I think that would be a good place to address that under personal characteristics. And then I'm totally on board with the other things that are listed as personal characteristics. So that was my only offer for amendment.
Okay. Rest of the board, are you agreeable with Board Member Levy's suggestion? Okay. Now, board, there is a tight timeline to get this out and in. So if, are you comfortable with us putting it out once the changes have been made? Or the other thing we can do is we can send it out. You can respond to the board secretary with like a thumbs up, if giving your stamp of approval. And once we have a stamp of approval, then we can send it out without having to meet again. But I mean, these are pretty minor changes. If we were making really drastic changes, I think that would be a different story. But with these minor things, we may be able to have the board secretary just collect the stamp of approval, making sure that everything we discussed tonight is contained in those changes, and then get it out still in a timely manner. Does that work for everyone? Okay, thank you. Dan?
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure I understand that last change, and that's changing from people-oriented to culturally competent? Is that what the suggestion was?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. So I think anything else on that community survey? All right. Which brings us then to our focus group participation. So according on board docs, Dan had suggested 14 time slots due to budgetary, what's kind of built into the contract and everything already. So we kind of scheduled groups so that we kind of rotated schedules, making sure that especially parents and staff members had like late afternoon to evening times. And then I think there are also times where they're available in the morning to try to accommodate as many work schedules as possible. Now that the times are highlighted in blue, I believe they're like 1:15 or 2:15. Those are reserved for like overflow. So if we use all 14 of those time slots and we still have people wanting to participate, then we have those times set aside and we can open up those Zoom meetings and use those if need be. So what's going to happen, and this is really kind of exciting, is that we'll be able to put this on the website and people will be able to register for the Zoom meetings by coming to the website, and then as the Zoom rooms, they'll get a confirmation with the information and the link. So that's going to be pretty easy, to do and let the system do that. And each focus group is going to be between 12 and 15 people, with Dan facilitating them. And so they'll just be able to send the website saying, these are the time slots we have for like community members or for community partners or staff. And then once those sessions are filled up, then they'll be removed from the website. So, people won't be trying to participate in a session that's no longer available. Monica has been working on building that shell and kind of building those times in. So then once we're ready, it will go live with those times in there. Vice President Miller was the only person who sent a very nice, thorough list of community members, and looking over, I can share that out too. I intended to attach it, and I didn't. So I was thinking one approach might be a combination of of inviting, and then people can also come to the website. So we take that list. We say, hey, we're doing focus groups. We'd like you to participate, and this is how you can sign up to register for a time slot that fits your schedule best. But then also, it will go out in the press release and go out with all of the information regarding the superintendent search, so people will be able to come on their own and participate even if they're not invited. We wanted that balance. There was a fear of only inviting people, and then people are like, well, how come I didn't get invited? So making sure that there's that good combination. So does that sound like a plan to everyone? Okay, and so I'll forward the list that Vice President Miller sent. It was a very good list, very touched on so many groups of the community, and I think it's a very diverse. It's a fantastic list. So I'll send it out, and if anybody has anyone else they want to add or feel like they've been omitted, we can add them. So I'm going to write myself a note to do that tomorrow. All right. Anything else or any questions about how the focus groups are going to work because we did push them back a week. Originally, they were supposed to be that second week of November, and due to timing and getting everything out, we had to push them back to that third week of November, but that's not going to affect our timeline drastically. So I did attach the updated timeline with that note. Anything else? Or Dan, do you need? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm just railroading everybody. Oh, you're muted, Dan.
One thing that I think we do need to do, and I think it reflects our earlier conversation, and it also reflects the way we typically practice at WSB around these, is that some of the staff meetings have to be designated for teachers, some for support staff, and some for administrators. And so, we can do that within the existing number that we have, but I didn't want you to, if you're in agreement with that, I don't want you to think that all those groups are going to be combined in terms of the staff.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Is there anything else on focus groups? And this is our last superintendent search agenda item for tonight. Is there anything else? Anybody's mind?
I had a question in the chat. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
President
Oh, I'm
Larson.
sorry.
I just wanted to clarify because Board Member Jacobs pointed out, it's a bit late. So any recommendations or thoughts on the search or other comments or anything, to whom should we direct those? We're sending an email to...
I would send them to me, and then I would forward them on to Dan.
Okay, that makes a ton of sense. And I'm also like super embarrassed about my list. I hope I was thorough enough because I was assuming other people.
No, and
would
I'm
mail
sorry.
me.
And no, please don't.
I apologize if I left anybody off.
No,
I
and
know
please
it's
don't take those
probably
descriptors as like I was poking at you or anything. No, it made me giggle when I opened it because, you know, I love you,
Okay,
Megan.
sorry, thanks.
The other cool thing too about this, and I'll add before I move on, is that there's also going to be a separate superintendent search email address on that website, and that will go to my inbox. So it won't be my SDB email, but it's something like superintendent search at SDB. And so if the community members have questions, they do have a link that they can, and it comes to my inbox too. So that's really exciting. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much, Dan.
You're welcome. Cool.
I'll talk to you soon to get these changes and get going on our next steps. Thank you so much for the late night.
You're more than welcome. Take care.
Okay, you too.
I just texted him so he can come down.
I can't text and multitask apparently. All right. So board members, is Dr. Keyser is on his way back down, so I don't know if there's anything on here that's urgent or if board members want to postpone anything.
I know that, sorry, this is Joanne.
No,
I know
it's
that
fine.
you had pulled off the academy
Yes,
coach.
thank
And
you.
we really would like to try to get that decision so they can get it advertised at the high school if it is going to be an approval.
Okay.
So I know it's late, but if we could get that one done, I think that Ms. Pels would really appreciate that as well as Ms. Williams.
That's fine. And then we will have to take care of our November and December meeting schedule too, tonight.
Tonight yet?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
So we can maybe start talking
Okay,
about.
so I move that we, I move that we extend our meeting time, not to exceed 30 minutes.
All right. Okay. So we have a motion not to extend our meeting time for not more than 30 minutes, right? Is that what I heard? Okay. Is there a
Yes, sir.
second?
Second.
Okay. Board Member Levy seconded. Okay. Any questions or discussion? See none. All in favor of our last 30-minute extension, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So let's start with the Career Academy coach. Let's go back to that one. Thank you I had it circled. Okay. Who asked for that one to be pulled off of the consent agenda?
So I did, and my apologies to Ms. Pels. Thanks for hanging in so late. I just had a question. I tried to make the committee meeting, but I had a conflict to be in a focus group. So just real quick, I wanted to make sure that in eliminating the dean position, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to the, are there additional then positions or funds or rearrangements that might be necessary to make sure that your teachers and other staff are supported for like behavior and discipline issues? I just want to make sure that I'm sure that's been considered. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to any other needs that we might want to anticipate as a board.
Yes, we actually have thought about that and problem solved around it. So we do have some additional resources in place to help address student discipline issues, such as we were able to add an additional social worker to the high school. We have some additional school psychologists, FTE also. We were actually allocated 2 dean positions, and so one of those positions is filled with an assistant principal. So we do have some additional administrative support as well. And then just with us moving and getting better with implementing the academy system, we're teaming a lot better. That process is coming along, and so that's really a process where academy teams meet weekly and discuss things like attendance and behavior and set up interventions around student needs specifically. So it's more of a proactive approach as opposed to a reactive approach. So those are some of the examples of what we have done. In the meantime, not having been able to fill that position, but certainly if we were to gain the approval of the academy coach, and if there was a need that came up later down the road for support with student discipline or something like that, I certainly would have a conversation with Dr. Keyser about that.
I really appreciate that, and I hope it was worth your wait. You just shared a lot of really great and exciting stuff, so thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the, my other computer just went up. The title is, someone help me, please.
Career Academy coach.
I make a motion to approve the Career Academy coach for the high school.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the Career Academy coach at the high school. Are there any questions or discussion?
Just really quick on discussion, do we need to note that we are reallocating the full-time dean position to the full-time Career Academy coach position?
You know what? I think that's a good for clarification. Yeah. So, so what I'm hearing, Board Member Levy, is you're making an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second that.
Okay. So we're amending the motion to clarify that this is a reallocation of an FTE and not the creation of a new one. Any questions regarding that? Okay. See none. All in favor of the amendment of the amendment, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? All right, so now the motion is amended to approve the Career Academy coach by repurposing an FTE. Any other questions or discussion regarding that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. So looking at our next agenda items, 8B, we're going to be meeting anyway, so we can just cross that right off of the agenda. 8A, meeting schedules for November and December. This is on here because traditionally in November, we don't change our meeting date. It is usually the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. However, in December, we do usually change our meeting because it usually falls on the week of Christmas, and we usually move it to the week prior because administration may or may not be working depending on where that falls. So because it is policy, we do, it's up to the board to decide if we want to move our November meeting to the third Tuesday rather than the fourth. And what we want to do in December, move it from the fourth to the third. So because it is policy, we do have to vote on those. And then that will just help us with planning future meetings. And we have no preference one or another, so if there's a motion to do one or both.
I move that we move our regular board meeting for November from the 24th to the 17th, and that we move our regular board member meeting scheduled for December from the 22nd to the 15th.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'll second.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do want to make note that if by moving it up to the 17th, there are two focus groups planned for 5 and 6:15. So will we be having any board meetings then after those focus groups are done?
No, but the board members do not participate in the focus groups, but we would have to meet to approve anything that came out of the focus groups, like the brochure and stuff.
Okay.
So we would have to meet after that because the focus groups are still going on.
That's the first night of focus groups.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move November and December. However, it was brought to our attention that that the focus groups will just be beginning, and the focus groups is part of how that information for the brochure is elicited. So in order for the brochure to be posted, along with we would have to meet to approve that brochure and look at it prior to, I believe it's like November 25th, I think is the date it's supposed to go live. So so we can split the question if we want to, and if the board's agreeable to keep our November meeting where it's at on that Tuesday, so we can take care of that superintendent search and then work, and then we can still move December's meeting if that's agreeable with everyone. Okay, so can somebody say split the question? And does that have to be a motion, Michelle? Okay, so can someone move to split the question, please?
Can we just adjust the motion to keep our November date on the 24th and to move the December 22nd date to the 15th?
No, because it's already been seconded. So we can just vote it down and make a new motion. All right, so we have a motion and a second to move the November meeting to the 27th and the December meeting to December 15th. Any other questions or discussion? And so if we want to vote this down and make our new motion, so we can take care of December. No, it's the 17th, to the 17th, sorry. All right, okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. All right, the motion fails. Okay, is there a new motion?
I move that we move our regular board meeting for December from the 22nd to the 15th.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to move our December board meeting from the 22nd to the 15th. Any other questions or discussion regarding that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. So that leaves items 8C, D, E left. Are any of those pressing for tonight, administration, or are those things that if a board member chose, they could be postponed until the second Tuesday of November?
I would look at the one on the board doc since the sheet that you have is
yes.
off.
And I showed everybody in the boardroom, the printed sheet is the way I'm saying it. It doesn't match board docs. Thank you. Okay. So it's policy 733, rule 2, policy 723.41, and policy 723.41, rule 1.
These would be the first readings, so they would be, it just postpone the first vote to November, and if passed, then December, the second vote, that's when they would take effect.
And there's nothing pressing in those policies that.
No, coming out of committee, the 733 Rule 2, we were implementing and just clarifying the language. The other two are brand new policies that came as a result of the conversation from the reopening model.
Thank you. Is there a motion then to postpone those 3 agenda items until our second Tuesday, November meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone policy 733, rule 2, vending and appliance use policy, policy 723.41, school opening / reopening during a public health crisis, and policy 723.41, rule 1, school opening / reopening procedures until our second Tuesday in November. Any other questions or discussion regarding that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion passes and those items have been postponed until the second Tuesday of November. Board members, is there any business that hasn't been taken care of yet? Or is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to adjourn. Any questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Okay.